Oh, go ahead. I had it on mute.
Okay, great. Okay, are we on? Yes, hi, good morning. This is the consent calendar, and we're going to review 3389 Patio Lane. And for, let's see, we're going for preliminary and final. We have 2 comments. Provide elevation for all sides, including existing and proposed elevations. And the second comment is well-integrated additions. So we don't have to do anything with that. And can you go through the plans? Yeah, maybe the elevations. I already seen the plans. They look pretty complete.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we set up each sheet with each orientation existing on the top, proposed on the bottom, including all 4 sides of the residence. So these are in line with what we presented last time, showing the north elevation here, the addition on the left side. This is the east elevation with the proposed addition below.
Yep.
On the south beach facing side, you can see on the proposed the addition on the right side. And then we added the west side of the residence to show the full building on the next sheet, along with a couple of building sections we developed.
And I also saw you have some sections and details at the end, right?
Correct. Yeah. And, for the most part, we're matching a lot of what is the existing detailing from the house, as well as the materials will be matching the existing. So it's integrated and
Good. Look, if you don't mind to approve this, do you have a problem with that?
I have no problem with you approving it. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Okay, we're done, guys.
Excellent.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thanks, everybody. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right. Bye.
Are you guys talking because your audio is not working? This is Alex.
Nobody's talking yet.
Thank you.
Okay.
August.
Try it again.
Yeah, okay. Let's bring the SBAR meeting of August 26, 2022 call to order, beginning with item number 1, public comment. If there's anyone from the public who would like to speak on an item that is not on the agenda for today, please step forward or raise your hand. Okay, see no hands, no one's coming forward. So on to item number 2, the agenda status report.
I do have one small correction to the agenda, item number 7, which is the Pollock bypass patio cover. I received an email from the architect. Apparently there was some typo on the plans. The square footage should act for the patio cover is should only be 708 square feet, not 1927. The 1927 applies to the size of the building.
708.
So 708. So we over noticed.
Okay,
So
makes more sense.
that's it.
All right, item 3, minutes. We'll review from our last meeting of August 12th. And approved. So back up one. Okay. Alex, good. Wait.
Sorry.
Okay. Hard to know. Back up just a little bit. Yeah. Okay.
I think on some of those, the wording is a little bit awkward. In B, I would eliminate the words look to and just go to make all elevations consistent. And
Same thing. C.
can see and yeah,
Tone down
tone
colors.
down colors to make them less white, I guess. And E, I'm sure. Provide renderings that are accurate with respect to landscaping.
I think that
That's why
the
it had-
request was different. It was remove the landscaping from the elevations, I believe.
Wasn't that the one that
Commented on the vines.
Yeah. Right. So that E is inaccurate. It should say remove. Well,
no, it's not the one that had no landscaping and
it had vines all over the building, which made it look a little more
And the
soft.
trees are out of scale. too.
Yeah, and you can't put vines in the
Okay,
high fire
yeah, I
areas.
see.
So it's basically, I guess that kind of works then.
Okay.
I'm sure renderings are accurate.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, leave it alone. Okay, correct. Okay.
Okay.
In the B is a typo there, right? Confirmed fire is okay, not oak.
Yeah, confirmed fire department is okay with limited access around side of house. It's like- And then for A, it should probably say relocate mitigation oaks out of side yard setback to give them more growing space. Or more space to grow, or whatever. Okay.
Well, in 6D, it says, look for opportunities for look for opportunities to incorporate more canopy trees into landscape plan. Seems like better wording. Is that important?
Oh, yeah, that's the B, that's the comment that I was, yeah, this is the one that had no landscape in the renderings.
Yeah.
You want to leave it like that or change it?
Which one? D?
D,
Yeah, I think we can change it to what you said.
okay.
You get that,
Did you
Alex?
get that, David?
Alex,
I just have incorporate more canopy trees into landscape plan.
Yeah.
Okay.
See again, that look to is, develop, or with, what was it, the term, improve the design, and what would you say?
Study, you could say.
Study or restudy right elevation on plan 3A.
Yeah.
This project.
Nice project.
On 11A, it says study opportunities to better integrate with the existing residents. I think you should say study opportunities to better integrate the deck with the existing residents.
Or the roof deck. And it was the shade structure.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. To better integrate the,
Roof deck with the existing residents. I don't think that, well, anyway.
the proposed structure.
Yeah,
So I have this comment about how to return highlighted because this is an instance where my notes conflicted with Alex's notes. Okay, so I think that we talked about the preliminary and final, but I thought that John had objected to that, and I thought that we ended up with just preliminary.
Can we go back and review the video?
Yeah, we can. Sure.
Can we do that today?
You can just give the direction to make
Okay.
sure that.
Oh, the thing with this project is it will require a CDH, which means you can only go so far as conceptual before it needs the permit, and then it'll come back for preliminary. So I guess the question is, do you want to see it again?
Yes.
Which I get the feeling you do. So probably, I mean, in all honesty, it should really just come back for further conceptual.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay, so we're going to change that to study opportunities to better integrate the roof deck with the existing
The
residents.
Study and opportunities to integrate the proposed structure with the new residents, the existing residents. It was the roof deck and the shade
Yeah.
structure overhead.
I mean, there's a roof deck there now.
Right. So I think that's why the proposed structure makes more sense.
Okay.
All right.
All right, David, you got that?
Seems okay. All right. Very good. So that is all. Someone want to make a motion to amend minutes?
I'll make the motion. We have to recuse from item number 1, the Galileo Pizza project.
I think Robert also recused from item 1. Was there anybody not here? Val, you weren't
Yeah,
here last time. Okay. So all those, so we have a second.
I'll second it.
Right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Abstain.
And one abstention. Okay, moving on, item number 4, SBAR members informational briefings. Reminder, I will not be here. When's the next meeting?
Then, September 9th.
I'll be here for that.
You will be here for that?
Yeah,
Okay, so the 23rd,
right, 23rd and possibly not the
the one in October.
one after that also.
Really?
Great.
Well, it's like,
When he travels big,
Remember, he's been.
travels far.
Anyone else? Anything? No? Okay. All right, staff update, item 5.
If Alex doesn't have anything, I just want to note that I did get a request to place the July 22nd approved minutes back for reconsideration, and there was some mention of that in one of the comment letters for item number 2, I believe by Mr. McCarthy. So there was a invitation to amend the public commenter as present announcement. So I can, it's pretty simple. I can just put it on the next one.
Okay, sounds good.
I don't
Anything?
have it. I don't have anything.
Okay, perfect. Right, item 6, consent agenda. We had one item.
Yes, we had one item. They had the 389 Padaro Lane for preliminary and final. It was pretty straightforward. They had the drawings finished and the details done. So I moved to approve the project.
And was anyone, Val, were you sitting in?
Yeah, I
on that?
was there. I'll second.
Okay, so all those in favor to approve the consent agenda?
Aye.
Aye, opposed, okay, motion carries. Which brings us,
Like, how many of you are there? I can't quite tell.
there's 6.
6, okay.
Kaylee's not here today. Which brings us to our standard agenda. We had 2 site visits this morning. S1, the law dwelling and garage, and S2, the low new residence and accessory structure. And we'll begin with item 1, which is the law dwelling and garage, request of Jeff Shelton, architect for Nancy Law, for a further conceptual review of a new 2,722 square foot, 2-story single family residence and approximately 400 square foot 2-car garage, approximately 9,583 square feet of landscaping and 790 square feet of hardscaping is proposed on a vacant parcel. 150 cubic yards of cut, no fill, located at 2632 Montrose Place in Santa Barbara. Last heard October 15th, 2021. And we had public comments and we have several SBAR comments. And so if the applicant would state their name for the record.
I'm Jeff Shelton. You hear this?
And
Shelton.
Jeff, there's a lot of comments here. Do you want me to read through those or do you want to take them one by one, or what would you think would be the best?
You can read them.
Okay. I will read through the comments from last time from the SBAR. A, challenging site. B, need to resolve property survey in terms of property line disputes. C, BAR supports preserving the oak trees as a buffer from the street. Show critical root zones on plans. D, the BAR supports rotating the house if it solves some of the other issues. E, consider moving garage closer to the street if feasible and resolves other issues. F, examine driveway entry width to verify usability from garage. G, project scope in terms of size seems reasonable. H, provide more graphics that depict the entirety of adjacent development on site plan and elevations to better understand relationship of project to adjacent development. Consider more diagrammatic renderings to depict how the project ties into the site and adjacent development. I, consider more articulation on the south or west elevation to create more shadow and movement. J, BAR encourages applicant to reach out to neighbors. K, provide conceptual landscape plan, including how drainage would be handled. L, site visit with story poles will be required at the appropriate time, which we did today. So I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Shelton, for your presentation, and we are trying to limit to about 10 minutes. If you would.
Okay, the owner would like to say something. They're online.
Okay.
On Zoom. Could they start?
There's a hand gone up. So,
Let me promote.
okay.
Good morning, board members. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
My name is Stuart Law. I'm one of the owners and future occupant of the project here. I just want to say a few things to share a bit about me. I grew up on the Montrose Loop. My family lived 2601. My best friend lived at 2696. Roamed the hill with kids from 2695 and 2685. My parents today also live on the block. I started a family of my own recently. My son's 10 months old. We're hoping to call Montrose home again. We believe this project to be eminently reasonable, that it fits nicely in the context of the neighborhood with a smaller mass and scale than its direct neighbors. For the neighbors, I know a development next door can be scary. I care a lot about the impact on them. They're going to be my future next door neighbors. From the beginning, we designed this project with them in mind. Throughout the process, we've made time to hear their specific concerns, share revisions. Since the last meeting, at the request of both neighbors, we spent significant time and effort redesigning the property to pull it off the side setbacks, creating more distance between the homes. I also care about the response from the neighborhood in general, which has been very good, I'm happy to say. We've received several strong letters of support. And in general, I think, we've been working on this project for a couple of years now. We're sort of eager to get moving in this span of time. Interest rates and building costs have risen significantly. And we hope today that the board can see the many merits of this project, again, that we feel to be eminently reasonable, attractive, neighborhood appropriate, and hope for speedy concept approval. Thank you very much. Thanks for hearing my time.
Thank you.
Mr. Sean, just let me know before you want to.
Okay, we'd like to go to sheet number 1. And you can and just blow up the actual site there. Quite simply, it's a beautiful little site. It's great when nothing's there, but we want to put a home there. And so our goals have been to save those oak trees and to look over the house as much as possible, more than many of the other houses on the block. I mean, very simple, just fit in the neighborhood, not be too, not make too much of a show there. Even our building materials, if we ever get to them, we'll show that too. We wanted to keep that building low, just as low as we showed you last time, and we have. And so I'm going to walk through each one of those items that you guys just read as far as your concerns, and it addresses the neighbors. But just to, as you could be thinking about this, if you can see there in green, dotted in green is what we came in, the thing you saw before. And it had the garage way over onto the setback line to the bottom left. And then the house was also tilted more dramatically towards the building on the south, the house on the south. And it was farther over to the house on the north. So we're going to show you how we got to this location, trying to mitigate any issues with the neighbors, and also, have a nice place for my clients. So the garage has always been a big issue. So that we'll get to why it's like it is, but we've done that for the southern neighbor. Just back to your comments. We've answered we'll answer all those comments. So I wrote down those. So you just addressed them all. And the main one was, and we'll point those out, but main one was talk to the neighbors. So we had meetings with the neighbors. We've been in their living rooms and kitchens and backyards and decks, their master bedroom on the north, and both sides of each house to kind of look from there. The owner on the south really wanted us to move that garage for one thing. It was looming over their patio on the street side. We wanted to keep the garage close to the street. That way it kept a bunch of a freeway going way out, extending it way out over the hill. You guys also suggested that. We tried. The owners to the south don't want us to block, or didn't want us to block, their mountain views. Very hard to build a house there and do that from the street side of their house. We took in consideration their living room and dining and those areas, the living rooms where they still maintain a view. We tilted the building away from the southern neighbor as requested. The northern neighbor also wanted us to center the house, that is, get it farther away from their house. We did that. We also retilted it, so we have a jog in the house now to give the northern neighbors more of a view from their master bedroom. So that's why we have this jogged house now. By the way, the owners, the northern neighbors are concerned about the structural integrity of the construction. We have Ashley Vance and soils engineers assuring us that we're putting caissons in. It's the least disruptive way we could do this, and there's no problems. Both neighbors want good screening, and so do we. You know, we'll be working with the fire department. We want fire resistant plants, of course, and screening. So it'll be challenging. Hopefully, once we get a site plan settled, we could really focus on that, and we will work with them what kind of plant they want that works with fire department, et cetera. Why don't we go to the next drawing? This is just survey if you want to refer to it. Next one. Elevations. Photographs. If you want to come back and take a look at all the houses around it, you'll see in our presentation we want equity. We just want to put our house back out with the same area every other house is, so we don't look at them and they don't look at us from our viewpoint. And as you can see in that photo on the bottom right, you can see our house on the north with a little blue deck. You can see the house on the south, and then the house next to the one on the north, it's even farther out. So things jog in and out here. Our goal on one of our things we'll show you is we're trying to stay in line with our two neighbors. Next. We can come back to these if you need to look. Well, look at this upper right photo, because the neighbors on to the south on Palomino, they have concerns about us looming over them, and we thought about it. Not much we can do about that, but their living area is really in front of their house. We're mainly looming, if that's the word, over their parking area. Next, please. These are for reference if you want to come back and take a look during your questions and answers. We can keep going through here. Right here shows without the story poles, but it shows you from our lot looking to the north on the upper left, looking out, and then towards the west, and then on the bottom left, looking towards the southern neighbor. Let's go to the next, please. These are for reference if you want to come back to see the neighbors' houses. Next. Those are our two neighbors. Oh. A slope study. This was just shows you this is all steep. We tried to put the house, and the county planner wanted us to put it in those flatter areas towards the center, and that's what we've been doing. Next. And here's the house trying to fit that. The only issue was that garage, and it has to go, we want it to go close to the street, and that's where it's maintained. That's where we're proposing it. Next. Stormwater management, just up those, go up. I don't know how you say that, but next one up, sorry. I'm not saying run this whole thing down, I guess, is what I'm saying. Yeah, go the other direction.
Okay, just tell me when to stop.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Go on.
Keep going.
One more.
That's it.
One more.
First one.
One more.
That's it. That's it. That's the beginning.
I think there's one more up there.
Just slide 1 to 10.
Okay.
They're out of order.
Something's out of order. Anyway, we have a conceptual swamp plan, which is gathering the water, spreading it out towards the bottom left corner. We'll get back to that once we have a site plan. Next. Yeah, let's stop right there. They're slightly out of order, but that's fine. This is, if we look at the northern neighbor, we took their deck and did a 180-degree view there of their view. And many of you are on that deck today with a beautiful view. On the, and that's that, it's got that red half circle showing their 180 degrees. And the southern neighbor, we did the same. So we're trying to stay right in that area where we are also not shoved all the way back towards the street in a canyon looking through their houses, something where it's equitable for my client also. So as you can see that line, we've shoved that whole second floor, the top floor back. One commissioner talked about doing that, and we shoved it back into the house. So it's a big deep cover there for more shadow. That's sort of the equity we're talking about. We think it's fair for the street. Next one, too, please. This shows it without those lines, but this starts to show you that the area we've given on both sides of the house for each of the neighbors as best as we can so far. And believe me, we've tried the garage everywhere. We've tried the house everywhere. This is the one that just treats both neighbors as equal as we can. Next. The story pole plan, you saw that. If you want to come back to that, but it's a box, so it's pretty simple. Next. Okay, this is the stormwater management plan. There's storage tank under the house, and then leftover water goes down. Next, please. I'll hurry it up here. What do we have here? More swamp plans. We can move on from that right now. Landscape plan. Perry is doing this, and this is just an idea that we will try to screen the sides per the neighbors and have some fireproof. We have opuntia down there at the moment down below. Next. Floor plans on the right side is the main floor plan. We step down, we go straight into the garage and we step down 4 or 5 feet to get to that main floor level, unlike the other houses which go straight in. So, we're trying to do something already. We are going to be dropping it 18 more inches from what you saw. The bottom floor is attached to the studio under the garage. So the one on the left. Next. Roof plan is flat. We can move on for the moment. Black and whites. Let's go to the next ones, which are colored. And these show basically a simple house we're doing, trying to do earth tones. It's all core 10 at the moment. That whole back upper floor from this west elevation is set back another 5 feet. We've reduced window sizes towards the neighbors on the north, on both sides. Actually, you can see the windows are quite small on the sides. From the street, you can see there's not a huge impact to the street level. You can actually see over it when you're walking down or driving down. Next, please. Height levels, you can see the yellow, we're violating the 35-foot, is it? Yeah, and so we're going to be dropping the whole building. We're proposing to drop that 18 inches where that yellow is, and also where that purple is, those two different height limits you guys have. So from what story poles you saw, we're dropping the whole thing. I haven't figured out how, but that's just the intent. Next, please. That shows you that whole yellow will be dropped and that purple will be dropped. So we will not be over that 35. Now we're over at we're up to 35 because we tilted the house. Before we had it tilted, we had it with the contours. Now we had to tilt it out, and we talked about that in the last. You talked about that in your notes. Next, I think that's it. So we think we've addressed the neighbors. and also kept a decent house for our clients.
Thank you. Very good. So we'll bring it back to the board then for questions.
Yeah.
Anyone?
Materials, so corten all over the place or other another material?
I would love to get into detail on that, but yes, I'm planning corten down to that first floor, then it'd be board form concrete.
And the roof, membrane or what?
Well, the roof, yeah, it would be a membrane, you know, some color. Everybody wants white, but neighbors might want something else. We do have solar panels, and this is a big issue. So we need to put them there. How we hide them, they can be very flat these days, so we'll get to that.
Okay, anyone else? Questions?
The windows, are they wood, metal?
They'll at least be aluminum clad. You know, the cost of windows, I'd like them to be metal all the way through, so we'll see.
You said you're dropping the building from what we saw today by
Right.
how much?
18 inches. This is per county. We're going along those two heights.
So you're gonna do it fall into the requirement.
Either we'll either take it out of the ceiling heights, or we'll just have them walk 4 more steps down to get to the house.
What are the ceiling heights?
They're 9 and 10.
And upstairs, 9 below? Is that right?
Yeah.
And the story poles are to the roof, right?
That's right.
Over. So
No, they're straight up. Right.
so if that red line is the story pole line, right?
Yeah.
It's
It'll go another 3 feet out.
right with deck.
Right.
But the actual building wall is set back.
No, the story pole is on the red line, on the wall. So
Very full, but
So it'll actually stick out, whatever we end up architecturally agreeing on as the eaves.
the wall is back.
Yeah.
The habitable space is back, so there's more deck.
Right, that's what I was asking.
Okay, other questions? Okay, public comment. If anyone would like to speak, I have 4 speaker slips here. And if you can step up to the podium when your name is called and limit it to 2 minutes, and I'm going to be strict about that. Because we have a lot to do today. So we'll start with Brian Robbins. Also, if anyone is online who wants to speak, raise your hand and we'll get to you. And there's one hand going up. Okay.
I think we've submitted some pictures as well
Yeah. When were they submitted?
yesterday.
Yesterday.
I have them as well right here.
Did those end up in the folder, do you know?
Brian Robbins, Linda Kaplan.
Yes.
Okay, so whenever you're ready, 2 minutes.
Members of the board, my wife and I are the neighbors directly below the proposed project at 1108 Palomino Road. To begin, I want to reiterate and fully support all the valid points being brought forth today by my neighbors adjacent to the project. These include compatibility, massing, privacy issues, and others. I feel it is the responsibility of the architect to propose a project that is compatible with not only the neighborhood, but to that specific site and to the surrounding neighbors impacted by the development. In turn, it is the duty of this board to regulate the compliance of a project to meet the guidelines set forth in both Mission Canyon and Hillside Design Review. Additionally, the installed story poles do not magnify the size of the home as stated by the owner, but only minimizes the mass, bulk, and scale. They do not reflect the added projection of decks, walkways, parapets, etc. In regards to massing, the bottom floor is approximately 14 feet to grade. That's the southwest story pole going down to grade. I can only guess without sections elevations, I can only guess plate heights at 9 feet, placing the southwest elevation to grade at 34 feet. When including the additional several feet in height above garage and possibly parapet walls, this could be pushing 40 feet height from the lowest to highest on site. Unsure why the first floor height to grade is so high, except to create a usable understory, only adding to more square footage. The hinging aspect of the footprint and its additional massing looks directly into our approach, front yard, and stairway into the studio space above the garage. It's a gathering spot for us and in direct view of their gathering spot, which is an outdoor dining on their deck. seems in direct conflict of privacy. Also, per site plan, there has been an effort to mitigate privacy for the side yards of neighbors, but nothing has been introduced on the downslope for the respect of our privacy. Lastly, I'm curious to see FARs regarding the project and those of the surrounding neighborhood. Also like to clarify the space above the garage and if this is an ADU. In closing, I'd like to say that nobody is denying the approval to build on the site. We're hoping that moving forward, there'll be some compromise made towards massing, compatibility, siding and footprint, and mitigation regarding privacy. The process thus far has been flawed at best. This process should be accessible to not only the applicant, but to those impacted by this development as well. Communication is vital. Regarding that, there's been zero communication, zero from owners, from architect thus far for us. There's a lot of talk. I know the adjacent neighbors are a lot more impacted than we are, but that's just not a parking space for us. That's an entrance up to our unit above. Hopefully it will become an ADU, trying to get that done. But that's the entrance to our front home. It's not just a parking area to us.
Yep, thank you. Appreciate it. Waleed Afifi. 2 minutes. It's actually not the microphone, it's a little black.
Oh, okay. Then I'll do that.
You don't need to do anything.
Okay, hold on, I'll start over.
The decoy.
Yeah, apparently. Okay, thanks for coming over this morning. We're the neighbors at 2630 Montrose Place. I wanted to just quickly in two minutes speak to Mr. Stuart Hall's claim of multiple communication, caring, etc. We had one conversation in January. He's frustrated about the time, so are we. One conversation in January, and that's it. And so that's where we stand. In addition, we had the co-owner send a letter with potentially libelous claims to the neighborhood in support of this project. So if we're talking about cooperation and caring for neighbors, there's better ways to do this. So, but we're here. And one of the things that I sent in a letter, and I have some, I just asked that you see this. One of the things that I'd like to show, which is the distance. So Mr. Shelton talks about equity. We're all about equity. If you look at the distance between homes, the distance between our home and this proposed project and the home, the adjacent home proposed project is significantly smaller from the closest story pool than any of the homes with similar plots. What we have here, this lot stood vacant for a very long time because people recognized, they were checking on it about 5 times a year. They recognized that with those oaks and with the way that it is, what they can build is too small to really warrant building. What they're wanting here is an equitable size and a lot that doesn't quite fit with the other lots, partly because of the oaks and partly because of other things. So the lot is far too, the proposed structure is far too big for equity purposes. The other thing about equity, no one else in the neighborhood has neighbors looking straight in to their master bedroom. As you saw, there's a wall of windows to our master bedroom, and the deck is looking straight into that. Now we can put trees might die. That's not comforting to us to have trees right in front there, because that's, I mean, just in terms of distance itself. So absolutely we would love equity. We would love equity that makes their lots fit within or their house fit within the lot parameters in ways that makes it so they're not violating our privacy, they're not as close to us, and otherwise fits within the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mindy Noyes or Novus?
Sorry. Just wanted to submit some photos to you all while I'm talking down. Those are from the living room and dining room and our porch out of the back. Hi, my name is Mindy Noyes, one of the owners of 2634 Montrose. And I just wanted to share, when Nancy Law first came to us to share that they wanted to build, she shared with us that they wanted to build a small, modest, low profile, one structure home between 1,800 square feet and 2,000 square feet. So as you can see, it is very surprising and shocking to see where the story poles are. All of our bedrooms and all of our living room and dining room, the proposed project covers between 85 and 90% of our windows. We've planted avocado trees. I have peach trees, lemon trees. I'm a farm girl. My husband and I were both mountaineering guides. And one of the reasons why we bought this home was so that we could see the mountains, and we loved the view of the mountains. So in terms of equitability and also light, like this house is going to cover all of our morning light for all of our agriculture and our plantings. My daughter's from Ethiopia. She raised chickens in Ethiopia, and she has her chickens right there outside of our kitchen. So this proposed project is devastating. We have sleepless nights as we're wrestling with this and going, wait, we were told that this was going to be low profile. Well, from the street, it's low profile, but from our homes, it is not low profile for us. And we have really sought to be good neighbors with all those around us. And we understand that Nancy Law owns the property and is building this for Stewart. But we have some areas that we feel like we really need we feel like it needs to go back to the size that they had originally intended and be smaller in scope, size, and height, and really be considering the effect of light on our property. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Sina Woodall.
Hi, my name is Sina Woodall. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak. I'm also one of the co-owners of 2634. And I spent some time reading your guys' code and reading sort of the Mission Canyon Association's kind of rules and guidelines just to see where everybody falls in terms of this. And I think I'm struggling with a lot of the issues. One, I will speak to the fact that I've watched as the laws have reached out and tried to be good neighbors. And I can honestly say, I've actually never heard a word from him either, even though I'm co-owners with Mindy and Ian. I've never heard a peep from him. I did hear about Nancy sending letters and sort of slandering us as neighbors when we're just trying to bring issues up with the house that's coming. I have some concerns about the oak trees that are there. And before hearing that, yes, they were going to build something there, but when you look at the story poles, it takes out half the tree. And I'm concerned about that as we're trying to protect what Santa Barbara has. So to go in and cut down half of a tree to make a garage just doesn't seem equitable. There's also a lot of long-standing landscape that's been there. And I know there's some rules in regards to how you remove landscape that's been established for a long time. Hearing about their swamp idea, that swamp that they're going to create is basically right at the corner of our property where we did spend a fair amount of money cleaning up the landscape and planting new trees. And so to turn that into a swampland, so that doesn't sound like a great idea, honestly. And I just think kind of looking at what's there, looking at the road that's there. I'm also a healthcare worker, so I'm concerned about how are they going to actually build the property when there's no access to it. When you look at those trees, knowing that I've come home and had, EMS blocking the street and having to go other directions. So I would think about the bigger impact, not just how pretty does it look. Thank you for your time.
Just to clarify, the swamp is actually swamp, which is stormwater management. It's not an actual swamp. All right, so we have one speaker online, which would be Ian Noyes. I think whenever you're ready, Ian.
Yeah, hi. This is, I don't know if I can add video, but maybe I can't. Maybe it's just audio. So if it's just audio, it's fine. This is Ian Noyes, also owner of 2634 Montrose. And in addition to all the comments that have been made, I just want to recognize the challenge of this lot. It's clear. We have had a couple of meetings with Stuart and Jeff. Initially, I just want to express some appreciation for setting the setbacks further in, but it still, as you can see, isn't necessarily in line with the other neighbors. I think also what that's done, though, is it's pushed the property now lengthwise and also increased the height. And I think I would just want to say, I think all of us would appreciate just some additional efforts to move the house uphill further. I think I also included in my letter a drawing that basically shows that I can appreciate the equity line of trying to keep that view corridor along the back, but it doesn't actually take into account that the neighbors on the north side, their living space is significantly set back. So if you actually draw that line, it would almost necessitate that the house be pulled back to even continue with their own value of creating a kind of a clear line of sight. It would probably pull the property back uphill about 10 feet. There's a pretty good gap between the garage and the main structure, and it seems as though that could be, I don't really understand why they need a deck behind the house, and also decks, wraparound decks along the entire front of the house. So it just seems like that might be one way to mitigate that. I think we're trying to figure out ways that they can move forward with this project, but that can mitigate some of the challenges that we are facing. Obviously, view light, you've heard it all, but pulling that house up the hill. And I lastly would say, we've said numerous times that we'd love to see the garage actually shift to the other side of the property uphill, where there's less need for grading. And the neighbors actually on that side are less impacted. And we've already had conversations with them. They're open to that. So we'd love to see some serious exploration of shifting the garage, which will reduce the height, and also moving the house uphill. And just want to register that the story poles don't necessarily reflect even the full impact, because it doesn't include the decks and all the other things that have been mentioned. So I think you've heard the rest of it already. I'll just sort of leave it at that, but appreciate your time. And again, we're continue to want to be willing to work with. I'd lastly just say that we still have a proposed sort of easement that's out there. It's still unresolved. And so it just definitely feels hard to move forward with the project without that property line potential easement. We feel like we have a case even for prescriptive easement. So we'd like to see that resolved. So thanks.
Thank you very much. All right, looks like that was our last speaker. Anyone else want to comment? Okay, so we're going to bring it back to the board for comments. I have two quick questions though. For the applicant, was the property line issue resolved? And can you speak to the easement that was just mentioned? Is there one?
Okay, I'll let it's resolved in our property. Those are our property lines. I don't believe they're being contested, but believe they might say something. But we have that room in there somewhere. It's going to go. If they're wrong, it would be closer to somebody. But our surveyors has confirmed it. Surveyors do.
Fences under the property.
Yes. So it was surveyed and there's no debate. That's where the property line is. It's just one of our.
That's right. And there are developments from the neighbors on our land. That's kind of the problem.
Okay. And is there any kind of sort of easement issue?
No, not on our survey.
Okay. And then is the Mission Canyon Association still?
Yeah, they saw the plans. They saw them. They approved them the first time. The first time. Yeah, there's a letter. They sent a letter in.
Okay. Can we look for that? I don't remember seeing.
Oh, they sent it to Tatiana.
I don't think that.
You have a plan? Do you have a planner yet? Yeah,
Tatiana.
Not
Mission
here.
Canyon submitted a letter at the last time this was heard.
Okay.
According to the minutes.
All right. Thank you. So to the board for comments.
Questions first. Can I have a couple of
Sure.
questions?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the last speaker had an interesting couple of questions. You can go to the site plan if you can enlarge a little bit. One question is the moving the garage. Is that an issue with the oaks to move the garage to the other side, or what? I'm sure you study it.
Right. We tried moving it there two ways. One was not removing the oaks on the right and kind of coming in and turning, making a big kind of a whole concrete driveway in front. And that just a big concrete, just imagine getting around that oak on the bottom, turning into a garage up in that corner near the other neighbors. So we tried it that way. Then the other way was to come straight off the street and get rid of this group of oaks on the upper side.
First one was going like this, right?
The first one was like that, yes.
The second one is just
Straight in, but get rid of those oaks.
two oaks. Okay.
Yeah. And it is not less grade. They implied there was less grade. It's not less grading. It's just a different location. It's much higher at that, it's like the top of that garage will be 6 feet higher in elevate sea level elevation. So
Okay, that's good. And the second question is the comment of moving the house closer, I guess, attaching the garage or something like that. What are the pros and cons of doing something like that?
well, okay, let's pretend it, the cleanliness of it separated is not we pretend we can get away with that with architecture, right? So we'll need findings. See, the garage right now is 10 feet from the property line. Please note the property line is, oak trees are on the county property. So we're, we have we're starting, our property line is starting out there. Then we're going 10 feet. So if you guys could find findings that we can technically move the whole house, let's say 5 feet for lack of a better dimension,
Like that.
towards the street. And, the owner might be going nuts for me saying this because
It's just for the sake of the argument.
the sake of the argument, yeah.
Moving the house closer that way. What does it do, or why is it good or bad, or what?
Well, I mean, okay, let's say we'll just mush the two buildings to the two things together, and we can figure architecturally how to make it look graceful. And once again, I think that could be done. If you could find findings, say we could be at this location on the property due to the difficulties of the site, right? It happens all the time, I know, on the Riviera, in the city. It seems like a reasonable finding to me.
Does that require modification or anything?
Hopefully it's a finding.
It wouldn't, no, I think the comment is not move the garage, but just move the house.
Yes,
Okay,
but that would require a finding also.
because
Because technically the whole house is 10 feet from the property line.
the property line is here.
But the garage, you'll call the garage the house at that point.
Okay.
So there's some technical things there that we're already need a little finding because we've dropped the bottom. It's attached. We could detach it for the sake of purity of the code, but we could pull that together, the two, so it's acting as one. Technically, it's 10 feet from the house. One of the findings is the property line is 10 feet from the street. So I could see how you could find findings. It feels like it's the same.
It's a process issue, right? I mean, like an ordinance situation, right?
Hopefully it's a finding issue and not what's the word on a variance. Variances are.
Well, so just to clarify from a planner perspective, and it's hard to tell from these plans, but the standard setback is 20 feet from the right-of-way line or the property line. This might be taking advantage of a sloping lot setback where you can extend a little closer, but a modification would be required if you exceed that allowance. It's not, the BAR doesn't necessarily have the ability to just make findings outside of an ordinance process. So it might be possible, but it might trigger some additional permitting review.
Alex, real quick, just to clarify, we're 10 feet from the property line to the corner of the garage currently, and we're 30 feet from the center line of the road to the corner of the garage. So you just to clarify what you said, you repeat that, what you were talking about from the setback, from the property.
Yeah, so normally the setback for the front setback would be 20 feet from the property line. There is a provision in the code in a situation where there's what's called a sloping lot setback. So if you have, if there's a change in grade from the road to the property of more than 7 feet within 50 feet of the center line, then you can take advantage of reduced setbacks for a garage as well as for a house. And so they might be taking advantage of that to allow the garage to be 10 feet without requiring any modification.
The ordinance give a prescription of feet that can be reduced, like goes from 20 to 10, or is it?
The garage can't get any closer to the tree
I'm
without.
just trying to.
Can you give me a few minutes to look?
Yeah. Appears to be what we're looking at.
Yeah.
But we could make a finding for good design that would support a modification to pull the house closer to the garage, right?
Yeah,
Alex?
potentially. Yeah, a modification can only get you so far. So, but that's potentially an option to get it a little closer to the road.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to know all the options, and not that I'm leaning one way or the other, so to see what,
So
to
another
clarify that.
quick question, what is the elevation of the garage in relation to the road? Like, does this slopes down somewhat, the little?
It goes up 1 foot.
Almost level, yeah.
Okay,
Civil engineers didn't want the street sloping all the water out. So it goes up 1 foot, but that's because that also the street is sloped and we're getting warp issues. I mean, it was, we've had Ashley Vance help us out with that.
okay, so basically the garage is at the same level?
Yes.
Okay. All right, any other questions, or can we go into
Yeah,
comments?
you know, the paved area to the, I guess it's west, yeah, that, now, will that accommodate, that's an extra parking space?
No, no, no.
Yeah,
No, he's saying that.
Yes.
yeah, right here,
Yeah, that is,
here.
I love that. I don't love that. It's where else do you put the Mission Canyon extra parking space? We thought about putting it up to the northern neighbors separately. That'd be a separate driveway. I mean, your architects here, it just drops off so fast. You run out of places to do this. So we put it there trying to, because it was on the other side before, getting that garage away from the south to open up their entry.
Okay, comments, Ms. Brasher?
Well, first, I appreciate the site visit and all of the interests and the availability that the neighbors gave to us to go into their houses. I still very much agree with the comment we made last time, challenging site, and that this is the unfortunate process when there's been a vacant lot that everyone is used to enjoying, but it is somebody's right to build there. And I think particularly for the property to the south, there's the unfortunate aspect that when that house was built, a lot of the view windows and doors were aimed toward that kind of northeasterly direction on the mountains. But there's also lots of view to the north and the west. So I feel like this has been quite thoroughly vetted by the architectural team. I don't know where the communication breakdowns have been, but that often happens in this kind of case, even when people try to make it work together. So I guess I'm not surprised by people feeling that they haven't been communicated with or haven't been heard. I would be very supportive of trying to do that modification process to move the house back. I think moving it down to that 18 inches will make a good difference. And I feel like there's been a lot of effort already put into moving it back from both of the side lot lines. And I think I'll leave it at that.
Great, Mr. Verdiak?
Well, I agree that there's been a good deal of effort to mitigate all the parameters that are, I mean, how's that for wording? It's really technical, but there's a lot of effort been put in here to make the best of the situation and consider all the neighbors' problems and the grade, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it's a valiant job, and the only thing that I think would be the core 10 But that, I sort of feel like we've taken every other design opportunity away from you, that I shouldn't take that one away. So that's my feelings at the moment.
Okay, board member Pujol.
Yeah, so can you zoom out just a little bit, just a hair, so you can see a little bit more? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I really appreciate the neighbors' hospitality and letting us see the project from their perspective. I just see, I can't help but thinking that, you know, they're used to this views, this land, and then all of a sudden it's a new, you know, new person coming next. That basically the best views, the main views for all of these lots are to the north, northwest, and there's some views to the ocean, distant views going in this direction, and the lateral views are really not that important. They're secondary. I mean, they might be important to if you're used to them, and that's what you see, but it's not that intrusive. It's also important to understand that this board is not to particularly protect private views, but to go back to preserve community standards and compatibility with the neighborhood development. And in that sense, this project does pretty well. I agree with the structure about trying to move the house farther up and closer to the garage. If it's possible, I think that would be a good move. If not, I think this project is doing pretty well, considering the neighbor to the north. I understand maybe the issue of privacy, maybe there's some landscaping that could be done, but there is no much of a real impact. And when you're on the hillside, your properties on the upper uphill will look down to the properties on the downside. And in that particular case in Palomino, really most of the views, the whole open space of that property is to the north and pretty much shielded. So I don't, you know, I don't see that. I would appreciate some landscape to mitigate that. Anyway, I'm speaking about. I think I'm supportive of this project, and I think it could be improved, but I think it's in pretty good shape now.
Okay, thank you.
Chris, can I add one
Yeah,
more thing?
yeah, sure.
That I forgot to mention. Yeah, landscaping along the north property line for protection to the property on Palomino would be something to look at.
Yeah.
And then also that Corten as a building material is really beautiful to look at. And it weathers very softly. So I think in terms of an impact of a new structure there, it's actually a really, really nice use of materials. It ends up being more kind of native and natural feeling. Anyway, that's just.
Okay. So a little housekeeping note here, we will definitely not get to item 3, 4, or 5 before lunch. So if there's anyone here for those items, you might want to come back at 1 o'clock or 1:30-ish.
Yeah, I think the agenda says, oh.
Yeah. What does it say, 1:30?
It says 1:30, but
Okay.
they're actually before that, so we could come back.
Right, yeah. So, okay, moving on.
Chris, this is Alex. Can I just interject real quick on the setback stuff?
Sure.
If you want to hear it.
Yes, we
Oh,
do.
yes.
So here's the limitation. As I was talking about the sloping lot setback, there's a provision in the ordinance that allows for reduced setbacks when there's a change in grade between the road and the property. So the front setback for a detached garage can be decreased by 40% so long as it's no closer than 10 feet to the right of way. So that's what they've done. They've provided for a detached garage 10 feet from the property line. That's as kind of close as they can go without going through a variance process.
Okay.
If they were to attach the residence, then they would lose out on that accommodation. So that's probably the limiting factor. The residence can be also decreased in those situations by up to 20%, which would, get them a little closer as well. But I think for building code requirements, you have to maintain at least 5-foot separation between buildings. So that's probably where they're a little squeezed. Yeah, so I think the only path forward to have it closer would be a slight shifting or reorientation to maintain that 5-foot separation and or going through a variance process. That's it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I agree with the previous comments. It seems like the site has been kind of used by the neighbors on either side, and there's there's a new home there, so that creates an issue. I appreciate how the architect has studied the sight lines from either of the decks, and I agree that it seems pretty equitable in that description that he used. I agree that there needs to be some landscaping potentially proposed to help screen from the property down slope. I think that could be accomplished by putting a few trees, something of that nature in the corner of the property there, and it wouldn't impact any of the views from the proposed home. So I'd encourage that from the landscape architect. And I don't really have much else to add.
Okay, Vice Chair Bloomer.
I'm reviewing the minutes from the last meeting and looking at the items. I feel like the applicants resolved adequately most of what we've asked for and done a nice job of documenting it so we can have clarity on it. The issue of the garage, I actually think having that amount of parking available and kind of just the maneuverability of being able to safely enter and exit from that garage location onto the street with a very tight street condition, I think I'd be hard pressed to see any reason to bring that building closer to the street. I think it would be a diminishment of the design that's been proposed. I didn't review this last time, but I'll weigh in on, I think the mass bulk and scale of the building is appropriate to the neighborhood. The applicants provided some data on a comparative basis. It's not any larger than its adjacent properties in terms of square footage. Doesn't appear to have any more, certainly it's probably less mass than some of the buildings surrounding it, So the architectural style, I think, is really compatible with the area. I think it's brilliant architecture and fully support the project as it's submitted. I don't have any concerns about the landscape. I appreciate the story polling, and that was very helpful for us to understand the project. And there was some discussion on considering more articulation on the southwest elevation to create more shadow and movement. I don't know if anybody, that didn't come up today, but since it didn't come up, I assume that we're satisfied with that.
Elevation.
I think that the site plan actually shows it. Yeah.
Also, the other thing I wanted to note too, that when I was on site, I was looking at trying to find the shadow of the string lines, given we have morning light, which the sun is at the lowest point, the sky. And if there had been any significant shadowing on the downslope property, that would have been a concern of mine, but happily it seems like, at least in the morning light, you're still getting adequate sunlight down to that lower property, and I think that's an important issue too. So,
Okay.
Go ahead. Call the ones. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so I think the
other thing I wanted to say too, the board did make a comment in the last meeting that we really wanted to see preservation of the oaks, and the design definitely does that. I appreciate that too. I think that's an important asset of the project.
And I think the comment about the additional shading on the southwest did occur because the actual habitable space was pushed back in, and so the deck got a little bit larger with the overhangs being a little larger as well. So my comments, I basically agree with everyone else here. The only one thing, if we can go back to the site plan, that I would encourage, aside from careful study in the landscape, It's difficult to get screening that's fire safe. So that's gonna be something to look at, screen it down just a little bit. So I would encourage the applicant David down just a little bit. Other way. Okay, so I did have a bit of a concern from this neighbor's sort of master and deck looking in to this little zone. And I think it would behoove both parties to maybe, I don't know, extend this privacy wall all the way out to the end of the deck or somehow provide additional privacy there and not just rely on trees or planting of sort, and possibly even the same thing on the other side. So I don't know if it's actually just extending that wall over to the end of the deck. I'm not sure that would look great. But somehow maybe
It's a trade-off with view too, because if
Right,
you make it solid,
exactly.
you take away the
Yeah,
looks.
but they will have plenty of viewing space in the middle of that. So let's explore that option. I don't know if it's a lattice of some sort, but it's something to cut down on the visual access.
That's the
to and-
neighbors' views too. To
to
make
and
it.
fro. Okay, well, just
Is that west or east? Which direction are we looking at?
both.
Both. Okay.
I mean, I don't know what the easy solution is there, if there is one. And so I'm also supportive of the project in general, just something I was looking at. So we are here for further conceptual. And so it seems to me like everyone's on board and we bring it back for preliminary approval next time.
Yeah, can I say one more thing again? Sorry.
Yeah.
Is that you can see that the way they had to bend the house to try to give more view to both the neighbors on each side. If they were to straighten it back out, they could then move it closer to the street, but they'd be taking away the front views. So, they're between a rock and a hard place there. And probably this is the better way,
Yeah, I think
to
this,
keep the view more open on the mountainside, which is what they did by bending it.
I think it's very sensitively done as well. Actually, I had a quick question. The garage, is that on a foundation or is that also encased on?
Everything's on tape.
Everything, okay. All right, any last minute words from anyone? Okay,
No.
so return to full board for preliminary approval when you're ready. Okay, and thank you all for coming and to the neighbors as well. That was very helpful. Okay, so we'll move on to item number 2, which is the low new residence and accessory structures request of Kelly Type, architect for Mark and Pauline Lowe for further conceptual review of a new residence of 7,850 square feet with an attached 2-car garage of 546 square feet, attached 2-car garage of 515 square feet, pool and pool cabana of 512 square feet. This is a 2.5 acre parcel located at 4121 Cresciente Drive in Hope Ranch, last heard July 22nd of this year. And we had several comments from last time. If the applicant or applicants could please state your name for the record.
Hi, good morning. My name is Tip Kuhn, and this is Kelly Tite with the Warner Group. And Mike, come up. And Mike Braille G.
Thank you.
Thank you. So
I'm going to go ahead and I'll read through the comments from last time, and then I'll hand it over to you for a 10-minute presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So SBAR comments from last time. A, architectural style is beautiful. B, several SBAR members expressed concerns regarding neighborhood compatibility and site layout. C, site visit and story polls. Basically, the outline of the second story is required. Planner shall review and approve story pole plan with the SBAR chair and vice chair prior to installation, which did occur, and site visit did occur today as well. And then D, provide site sections. So whenever you're ready, go ahead and go with the presentation.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for seeing the site this morning, and the story polls were put up a couple of days ago. So we are going to address all the comments and that were raised at the last meeting. And so let's, David, can we go to the drawing sheet? Let's see the next one. Keep going. One more, yeah. Okay, that's a, oh, no, matter of fact, one more. Two more, sorry. All right, perfect. Can we point it? Yeah. So one of the concerns that were raised at the last meeting was the location of the house and the geotechnical report. So we did the geotechnical report, and that was submitted to the county. And then the county is in the process of doing a peer review of the geotechnical report. So the issue we raised last time was, what happened if the peer review come back and the house had to be moved, and and are we going to do this process again? So I want to explain clearly what we did, how we designed the house. Hopefully that will help you with understanding how we come to conclusion. So number one, this line here is the edge of bluff, and that is the line that has been established by our geotechnical engineer. And then we per our geotechnical report, the recommendation was set the house back at a 75 years flood. What did you call it?
Rate of retreat.
Rate of retreat, and that is this line right here. And this line is set back 35 feet from edge of bluff. And I guess with the question that should be 75 years or should be 100 years. So let's say the worst case were to go to 100 years, that should be 52 feet instead of 35 feet. So if we put a 100 years line, that should be about right here. And the house is set back about 90 feet from the edge of bluff. So that's why, we know that it doesn't matter how the peer review come back, we are way beyond the future requirement if we had to bring the house back. That's why we are comfortable with the design as what you've seen here today. And let's go on to the next slide. And anything here?
No, there's no changes here. We could go to the renderings, I guess would be most helpful.
What's a story pool?
One thing about the story pole visit today, the story poles mark the edge of the roof line, and in most cases, the walls, the vertical elements, the vertical posts at the story pole visit don't represent the location of the walls. The walls are actually set back, in some cases, up to 9 feet back on the master bedroom area.
So your story poles were here?
So the story poles were going straight down from the point of the roof down. So
they're not there.
Yeah, because we can't do the offset on the story poles. We just give the most blocky.
Right.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, basically. Okay.
So that's one thing I wanted to point out. And then if we go to the next page, we have or one more page down. Here we go. This is the site section through the whole site. And so it shows that the house is, you can't really read that, but it's like 230 feet back from the property line. And the actual roof height from the height of the crescente from the height of the street is 9'6". So that's a site section. It's quite a drop. It's about a 16-foot drop from our finished floor up to where the street is.
What is this double line? Is it the grade beyond? This
Oh yeah, that's just like where the section was cut through is on the bottom, and that's just kind of like looking at the earth beyond.
Go back up one page to the other. There we go, right there.
Okay, so yeah, so the top elevation, that's the one that's facing the ocean. So it's the master bedroom and bathroom is on the left, up above, and then on the right is the stair tower and then a gym, a small gym. And then the elevation below, this is the one that's facing to the west. And then there's like that little courtyard area right there that's actually pushed back another 25 feet.
So that's 50 feet from the property line.
Where the windows are?
Yeah. And then the rest of it is pretty solid wall. And actually, can you go up to the floor plan, the second floor plan real quick? Two more. right here. So the wall that's facing west, the Wiskin property, it's a pretty solid wall. So there's no windows that look from like the master area or anything down. We have some windows in the staircase and then some windows on the corridor right there. And then we have a closet in the back. And one thing that we did on the balcony is we brought a screen wall all the way out to actually block the bathroom and the balcony. And the face of the window wall right there where the laser pointer is, that's set back quite a distance, about 15 feet from the face of the edge of the roof.
So can you explain, this is the second floor plan?
This is the second floor.
Do you have raised planters anywhere?
Yes, we have raised planters all in front of the balcony and bathroom, and then in the area in between the two masses, and then all the way around the gym.
And where was that bank of windows? Is that this? That you can see in the west elevation?
Yeah, that's it right there.
It's this right there, okay. And then what is this? Is that an outdoor patio?
Yeah, it's like a open courtyard. So it's like an outdoor, that's where like the barbecue is gonna go down below.
It's on down below?
Down below, yeah.
Okay. So it's just open.
Open to the sky, correct.
I have a question. Is this a parapet or some kind of a terrace? Because it's seen from the neighbors, right? I mean,
That's over the Cabana area. It's probably better to look at the renderings. If you go down like 3 or 4 sheets, you could see the renderings that depict what the project is going to look like. So keep going. 2 more. One more. So you could see it's a pretty thin flat roof.
That was this, yeah.
oh, it's this thing. Oh, I see.
Yeah, that's lower. So the roof itself is actually very thin.
And what is this part right here?
At the gym.
That's the gym, yeah. And then you can see the planters that go all along the front.
And the balcony for the master bedroom is actually right here.
All right, and so go down to the next rendering, please. So that's the view as you approach from the driveway. So you see the gym and the stair tower. You can see that gym wall is set back pretty far from where the actual vertical elements on the story poles were. All right, keep going. And then here's a view from that motor court.
So the story pole goes all the way to that point, and the building line is back here.
So this is all cantilever. I mean, this.
Yeah.
So the story pole was right there.
Yeah.
So,
Correct.
okay.
And then that's just a view from the west looking east.
So this is the pool cabana, Alex, that you were asking. And the story pole goes all the way to this line, the outside edge of the overhang.
Okay, next page. So we did some neighborhood compatibility. That was one of the comments from the minutes. So all those, I guess, beige colored parcels.
This is outside.
All the beige color is a 2-story building. All the way from Cliff Drive to the edge of Cresciente. Almost all the properties, with the exception of 4, are 2 stories right along the bluff. The properties that have that pink star, those are the properties that also have a 1-story deed restriction, same as ours from the 1940s. So we're the only one that doesn't have a 2-story.
And this morning you went to this one right here, Massione, and you went to the neighbor across the street, the Alterations right here.
And then the Wiskin to the left.
And the Liskin is on the left.
Just have a couple more sheets if that's okay. Okay, and then the next page, this is just showing design compatibility. So this is a project that's under construction right at the corner of Cliff and Marina. It's a really modern home, 2 stories.
That's the rendering on the upper right is from the architect. And then just below that, I have a proximity map of where that's located in relation to our site. If you could scroll down just a little bit, it's about 600 feet building to building.
It's, yep. It's right here.
And next sheet. So these are all two-story homes on Cresciente that you could actually see the homes from Cresciente. So it's just some more neighborhood context. So here's some story pole images. This was image provided, the top one provided by one of the neighbors at the last hearing. And then the one on the right is what they're claiming that our building is going to look like. So what we did on the bottom was we actually superimposed our building. It doesn't show like, you know, landscaping and stuff like that, but it just shows the building, what we're proposing. It's a little more realistic, so we could show how the building walls are set back from the edge of the roof, and how there's actually still quite a bit of horizon and islands above the building.
Next one.
This image is provided, the one on the left is provided by the neighbor Max Liskin, and on the right is a representation of what we're proposing. And then we did the same thing for another view that he provided. So
what is the additional green? Is that a proposed hedge of some sort?
yeah, well, we plan to do a hedge screening.
It'd probably be about 12 feet.
Go back to
that's the last page.
Mike, you want to say something? Yep. Yeah. Yeah, come on up.
All right.
Okay, sure.
So my name is Mike Brelge. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Capello and Noel, which represents the applicant. And my sole purpose of being here is just to reference a response to Ms. McCarthy's letter that I think you received yesterday afternoon. In the letter, it references a preliminary injunction order, which was issued by the court back on August 18th. I just want to let the board members understand and know, I provided some highlighted language in the event you want to read it, that the preliminary injunction is very narrowly tailored and limited. It only relates to the final approval as to construction, and it only is enforceable against the Hope Ranch Park Homes Association, not against the County of Santa Barbara or the Board of Architectural Review. So it's really not in relation to why we're here today. Secondarily, the court said explicitly that it's not going to interfere with the approval or permitting process as the ruling explicitly allows it to occur. It says in the ruling that the association would not be prohibited from taking any preliminary steps towards approval. The same goes for this board. And finally, the only thing that's being restrained is the construction itself. It has nothing to do with the approval process through SBAR. And I just want the board members to understand that the fact that there's an injunction in place with respect to the association has no bearing with regards to the applicant's plans and the permitting process and what you're looking at today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's bring it back to.
That conclude our presentation.
Great, thank you very much. Let's bring it to the board for questions. I'll open it up to anyone.
Yes, just a question. Has anything changed since the last meeting in terms of design? No, it's the same.
It's the same design.
Okay, other questions? Anyone? No? Okay.
Oh, I have a question. What's the percent of slope between the road and the house as you drive in?
It's dropped 16 feet, and I believe the driveway slope is part of 6%.
Probably less than that even.
Probably less than that.
Yeah, 16 feet over 200
And
feet.
31 feet. Yeah.
I have a question too about, is this the existing driveway to, is that the current configuration? And it's
very close. It's not exactly the existing, but it's very close to where the.
I'm just wondering about how the hedge is affected, or, is that right on the property line, the edge of that, the apex of that curve?
No, the curve is probably about 3 feet back or so. We'll leave room for a hedge.
All right, any other questions?
What are the plate heights again, first and second floor?
It's 12 feet and 12 feet.
And the blue line is the footprint of the existing house, which are put in so we can have a bearing between the existing house and the new one and the proposed project.
Okay, moving on to public comment then. I have letters to speak. So if anyone that is online wants to make comment, please raise your hand, and otherwise we'll go through our list here. And again, we'll have 2 minutes each, and please try and stick to those 2 minutes. So beginning with Brianna McCarthy.
We have some additional photos of the short poles you guys saw this morning that my client took. So I wanted to provide those to you guys. Most are from Mr. Liskin's property. Some are from, I think there's one from the Shoney's. And then there's also a beach view photo that was taken first. And one other matter. This other document I'm giving to you is an email from Veronica King, the project manager for the county on this. And as of August 17th, 2022.
Actually, go on to where the mic is. We're gonna,
Oh, no problem. Let me give this to you. She states that she has not received any revised plans for the setback. And my understanding is that there's been no payment for peer review regarding the setback. So as far as all the evidence shows, the architect's representation that it was undergoing peer review is inaccurate. There's been no revision, no submission to peer review. There's no evidence payment has even been made for peer review at this point. As you may or may not know, but those of you who met me this morning, my name is Brianna McCarthy. I represent Max Liskin, who owns 4125 Percentage Drive, the house directly next door, I believe to the west. So let's deal with the injunction I sent you first. You might remember Lowe's attorney Lloyd came and told you on the 22nd that we were seeking an injunction and we wouldn't get it. We got it. And the injunction we got is against Hope Ranch, and it does prevent Hope Ranch from granting any approval that is not conditioned on the resolution of the lawsuit. So they cannot approve any structure or plans for any structure that will exceed 1 story on the Lowe property until the case is resolved. A transcript from that hearing I have, and I'm happy to offer to you, but Hope Ranch's attorney, Jim Smith, stated to the court on the record, it is the position of the Lowes that the governing documents prohibit the construction of the house. That's 2 stories. That is correct. But what they don't prevent is the association from approving the plans. Hence, I went in, got the injunction to prevent the association from approving the plans. All right. The setback is also incorrect. I believe we addressed this last time. Mr. Liskin addressed it last time. He did his own peer review with Mark Johnson, who's a very well-known geological engineering expert, who said at the very, very least, the setback must be 72 feet. And it is required under the East Goleta Valley Plan to be 100 years. And that 72-foot setback doesn't include the additional Cosmo for sea rate rise that would have to be added to it in addition. So we don't know where this house is going to be, but what we do know is there's about 1 acre of flat land above the bluff where they could build a beautiful, large 1-story house that would not have these consequential adverse impacts on all of the neighboring properties. None of these neighbors who are here today or on the 22nd want to be here. They are here because they want to protect their property value, the rights they've enjoyed, their views, their privacy, and they each feel that that will be destroyed and severely harmed. The low home, the proposed development, due to its two-story nature and its proximity to the bluff, is so out of character. And I believe in doing your site visit this morning, hopefully that was readily apparent to you as well. If you'll give me a little more time, I'm happy to address that further.
I think we got to move on.
All right. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
If you'd like a copy of the transcript, I'm happy to provide it, and a full copy of the preliminary injunction order, as well as the court's tentative ruling, which was adopted, is attached in full to my letter. You can see the language yourselves.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. Suzanne Messner Eltrich. Is Suzanne here?
Yes.
Oh, you're up.
I'm not.
Wait, okay.
I cede my time to be on it. Thank you.
Okay. Nope. Okay, Edgar Eltrich.
Nope.
No, maybe, yeah, we understand what we're dealing with here. Edgar.
Again, thank you for visiting the sites this morning. It was appreciated greatly. I just wanted to bring something up. As a problem for us, the view corridor is our biggest issue. But the setback is really getting to be a little bit disconcerting, because I don't know if any of you read the recent Scripps Institute research that's been done on the potential setback requirements and the way in which the bluff will be receding over the next 78 years. They are talking about 100 to 130 foot difference from where we are now. So I think that under the circumstances, again, I don't know why we're kind of like the cart before the horse, because we really, before we can discuss this with any intelligence, is know where the site is placed. So I'm just saying in that. Check it out for yourselves. Out now, Scripps Institute. And you'll find it.
Good, thanks, sir. All right, Max Liskin. Two minutes when you're ready.
I'd like to thank you for coming today. I'd like to just go back to an issue that I've mentioned before, and I think is emblematic of my frustration. You went on the site visit today. You asked the architect how tall the hedges would have to be. He said 12 feet. It's clear the hedges would have to be 25 feet tall. I'm happy to take anyone else out there with a measuring stick. And that cavalier response indicates the entire process. It's not a 12-foot hedge. The house itself is above grade over 25 feet, where we sit 3 feet below grade. So 12 feet, again, it just shows that how disingenuous it is. And a hedge, it really just paints over the problem. And finally, the notion of that and the hedge going out towards the bluff, it might shield them from us, but it doesn't shield us from them. Further, you're not, in terms of Hope Ranch, who doesn't seem to be applying, its CC&Rs, you're not allowed to block views as you go out onto the hedge. That's why we have our hedges cut down the way they are. And finally, Mark Johnson, the geologist who, after my frustration with continually being told that the bluff setback was going to be peer reviewed, and my understanding that it was flawed, Mark Johnson wrote the code for the Coastal Commission in 2003. That's documented. And he's gone through this report. And please, if we disagree, just get it peer reviewed. And I don't understand the delay, because at the end of the day, we still don't know where the house is. And that's really what I'd like to say. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mark Lowe.
Thank you. I'd like to address two issues, the views and the home valuation. So the views that seem to be causing all this obsession have only been present for a year or less. not 40 years like one of the neighbors has claimed. Why? It's because there was a large oak tree, which I've shown you pictures of, that existed prior to 2021. 100-foot tall, as Max Liskin said at the last meeting. We got an arborist letter stating that the oak was diseased, and got approval from Bob Townsend at the Hope Branch Association to remove it. Neighbors promptly filed a complaint to the county, trying to get me in trouble. They were hoping you would block the permitting of a 2-story house. Instead, the county inspector has come back and said, you're going to have to remediate by planting 10 oak trees. So whatever views we're obsessing over right now are going to be blocked by me having to remediate by planting 10 oak trees. I'm happy to do it. Ironically, the Altriches have submitted a letter up to the county, now realizing, oh, we don't want your remediation plan. And so I find it very ironic and somewhat hypocritical that they are disagreeing with your remediation plan. Secondly, home valuations. The price that I paid for this house is anywhere between 3 to 12 times what the neighbors have paid for their homes when they bought it. I have already increased the value of their homes as of today, by paying the price that I had paid. By looking at this project, you could understand how much more I'm going to be putting into this project. As much as I paid for the project, or even more, 1.5 times more. This is going to be a very valuable property that's going to increase the value of the neighbors' homes once it's completed. Whose house are they going to point to as a comparable when one of them wants to sell their house? They're going to point to my house and raise their asking price for their house accordingly. So that's what I have to say about the valuation. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, any other public comment? Okay, see no hands, no one stepping up. Back to the board for our comments. Mr. Pujo.
Yeah, first, I'd like a little bit of help from staff. Each Hope Ranch approval does not affect the county approval, correct? I mean, we can.
Yeah, right. It's a separate thing. Yep.
And this injunction has to do with the Hope Ranch, not with the county, correct?
Sounds like it. I'm not aware or familiar with it.
Yeah. Okay, so the as everybody knows, the function of this board is not really to promote or preserve home values or private views, but to support neighborhood compatibility. So that is really what this board is looking at. Thank you to the neighbor for letting us, get into your properties and look at the impacts. And what it appears to me, and I think probably to all of us, is that it's not a blockage of private views that you are talking about, maybe from the uphill neighbor across it, which is quite some distance. There might be some of that, but it's not really significant. The view issues from the neighbors to the left and right are not really significant at all, as the views towards the ocean, not towards the neighbor. There might be some intrusion in terms of visibility of that house and how it affects the properties to the left and right, and I can see that. To that extent, if you go to the well, I mean, I think that's what. Let me just point to the issue. This is not realistic. This is what happened. The picture, it is very distant. It is. Well, I'm not sure why I'm talking about private views. That is not really the purview of this board. But I think what it could be, maybe if you go to the side, to the floor, the second floor plan. The second floor plan, if you can. I think if there's any issue that we may want to get into is the second floor plan, a little bit more. Yeah. It's the next one, right there. is really how these corners of the, where is my, yeah, how these corners of the, and that corner, how that is seen from the neighbors. And if you say that the plate heights are 12 feet upstairs, it's uniform. It seems reasonable that the plate height of the bathroom and the closet and all of these, which are really secondary areas, could be lower than 12 feet. So that's what I'm looking at, realistically, a way to soften the views from the neighbors from the side, which is really basically that's what they're looking at. This is the roof over the exercise room, right? The big cantilever roof. There might be something there that could be done. Those are my thoughts, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Frosher?
Yes, again, thank you for the site visit and for letting us into your homes and for letting us really get a good sense of how it sits in the neighborhood. And my feeling after being out there is for you to look at lowering the pad. You've got a shallow driveway percentage coming down. I think there's some room to drop it, which would help some of the impact. And also the idea of lowering some plate heights upstairs. I think it's true that the views are all oriented really to the ocean along these three houses, but that two-story block pushed to the west does loom in a challenging way over the neighbor. And I think you could do a few simple things that would be very helpful to just settling it in. I mean, if you lower the pad a little bit, I don't think it hurts anything for you view-wise. I don't even think it hurts the approach into the drive port, and it will ameliorate everything from all the neighbors. Now, the issue of the slope study and the peer review, how are we supposed to make sense of that? If the controversy is that there's been no payment toward peer review and it's not even happening, and that actually things are, like the script study saying that these numbers are going to change pretty dramatically. Well, that is something we want to know that it really is going to stay in that location. But if you start working toward lowering it selectively, I think that's a step in the right direction.
Okay, Mr. Burdiak.
Well, I concur with that. I think that the impact on the neighbors on each side is considerable, especially the house on the west side. I mean, that's severe. And I think studying that elevation, as Valerie suggested, lowering the pad height, lowering the plate height in that area, would help to mitigate that impact. And I mean, I have no problem with your architecture. I just think that the house does impact its neighbors quite severely, and that could be mitigated.
Mr. Richards.
Yeah, I agree with the comments that there's a concern with particularly the property that's on the west, Mr. Liston's property. I think it could be studied how to potentially step down the second level there or pull it away from the neighboring property a little bit. The rendering showing that edge is just doesn't seem very practical to me. And I don't know, that's going to really effectively screen between the two properties. I don't see it as much of a problem from the neighbor on the east side because that cabana and everything else seems mostly be
single level feature, so. I mean, the architecture is beautiful, and I think in the end, we have an amazing home there. I don't understand all the arguments over deed restrictions and lawyer stuff, so. But I commend the architecture, it's beautiful. I think there could be some work to help, work with the neighbors on some of their concerns and still get you a beautiful home, so. Yeah, those are my comments.
Mr. Bloomer?
Well, my biggest concern has always been the uphill neighbor directly behind the property. And from a pragmatic standpoint, it's hard not to understand or make the argument that the view has been improved by the removal of the oak tree or whatever tree that was. I mean, the before and after pictures I'm looking at make a pretty clear case that the removal of those trees has actually added more horizon view to the ocean for that property. And then now there's a replacement of a lower roof structure that pops up into that, but it's less intrusive than the pre-existing condition of the trees. And although that's not a methodology that's usually encouraged to make something like this happen, it could have been. Trees block views just as much as buildings do. So, and they are architectural elements, since an oak tree is a native species. I don't know if that was planted or was there before development, but that's probably something we'll never know. But for the most part, palm trees and all the rest of it, those are architectural elements, just like the buildings, and they do as much to frame and take away and enhance views as any other piece of architecture does. So just looking at that pragmatically, I don't really have any real cause to recommend any large changes to the siding of the house. I think I agree with the board members that there's some room in your plate heights and your finished floors to make some reductions, and that may go some direction towards ameliorating the concerns. There's two-story structures are split and off to the edge, which helps the issue. And those things can continue to be studied, but they're going to be minor, imperceptible moves from the neighbor behind because of the distance. So, those inches and feet will probably make not a material difference. So other than that, I like the architecture and appreciate the work that's been done on the project. The concern I have is about your driveway. I'd like you to bring that back. I think you need to create much more of a buffer on that driveway to the property line to allow plantings to. I think those boundary planting areas need to be broader and further away from the setbacks. So I think you need to restudy that, come back with a different driveway configuration. I think enough's been said already. I don't want to repeat what we already heard. So.
Okay, thank you. I don't have too much more to add. I think my biggest concern was from the neighbor to the west, because it does really feel like that house is looming over their garage but backyard, mostly with the activity area. So I think, as was suggested, I think if it's possible to lower the overall finished floor of the structure, then that would be very helpful. And 12-foot plate height is quite high. I think you could get that down, 3-4 feet. Quick question: the first floor, and I guess the pool is at the same level. What is the height of that infinity edge, or what is it down to grade from the pool or patio level?
It's higher on the west end, and then the slope just of the grade kind of builds up towards the center, but it's like a 3 or 4 foot drop down.
It's got 3 or 4 feet, because you have steps down to that little, is that a fire pit area? Yeah, down below. So there's 8 or 10 steps there or so. Okay. All right. So that's really all I have to say about it. I think you could definitely lower plate heights, and that would go a long way. I mean, if it was 10 foot on that west end, I think that would help a lot, but otherwise I think it's a stunning piece of architecture. and very beautifully done. I do, want to see, I mean, you have sort of a landscape plan. We don't have any species or anything, so I'd like to see where you're heading with the landscape next time when you come back. But otherwise, that's all I have. So just for the board's knowledge, we are here again for further conceptual. And what is the temperature of the board?
Further conceptual.
Well, I think we need to do one thing, or I think we take some kind of action the next time. We see it twice. I think what I hear is that the elevation, maybe the elevation of the house, maybe one floor or both floors, especially on the east and west side. Am I correct? Is that the consensus?
Yeah, I don't see the east side as a problem, really. I mean, you don't really see it from that neighbor's way down. And, the second story element on the east side is more centered on the site. To me, personally, I thought it was just the west that was an issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we're talking about the height, the elevation of the path, and the elevation of the
Plate heights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think those are the comments, right?
So return then for further conceptual / preliminary.
Well, I think we move
Can't do
on.
that. Because this is a CDH, so same deal.
Okay.
Oh,
Right,
so
but
it
it
can
ha-
only come back for conceptual.
But it has to be ready for.
Ready
So
to-
you can say that it's ready for preliminary, but can't take action on preliminary until after the CDH.
Right. Okay.
So do we want to see it before then?
Yes, I think we
Yeah.
should.
Yeah.
But otherwise, there will not be any change.
Yeah. All right. So you have all the comments clear then, Alex? Tuttle?
Yes.
Okay. Any last minute comments from anyone? Okay, very good, thanks. All right, so that brings us to our lunchtime. And so we'll reconvene at right around 1:40. What did we say? Is that what you said, Alex?
I was saying 1:30.
1:30. So back here at 1:30, and then we'll be on sort of on time. Beginning with item 3 at that point. Thank you all.
2 items. For morning.
Yeah, 2 items for the morning.
Yeah. And we were supposed to have 5, but we'll go fast. Man.
Come on, guys, let's move it. Otherwise, we have.
Move it to.
Okay, here we move it to.
Oh, we're going to the
Secret file.
secret.
Yeah.
Close, nice.
Yeah, why is it not?
Yeah. That's almost good. And
All set, okay. All right, so we will now reconvene the SBAR meeting of August 26th, starting with item number 3, the Garcia accessory structures. Request of Steve Wilson, architect for Tony and Emily Garcia for conceptual review of a new covered patio of 628 square feet at the rear of the dwelling, a new covered entry, new doors and windows, and a new pool. And this is located at 4799 Baxter Street in the Goleta area. And we have the applicant here. Please state your name for the record.
It's Steve Wilson.
Hey, hi, Steve. So whenever you're ready, just tell us what page you want to be on and try and keep it to about 10 minutes.
Sure. The pages on the screen is like a supplemental photos sheet of neighboring residences to kind of show some neighborhood context. It's kind of an older 70s tract home type development in Goleta. And what we're basically doing is just trying to facelift the place, get a little more outdoor living areas and just clean it up.
Sorry, what's your name, man? Can we call you David, or what is your name? John. All right. Can you just zoom in just a little bit, John?
So the image on the far left is like the existing front residence. There's some funky eave conditions going on with like a double eave that we'll remove. And then panorama, obviously, and then number 3, there's a little driveway that goes to a second guest house in the back. And then 4, 5, 6, and 7 are all the rear yard. And then the 8 through 12 are neighborhood context photos. There should be another drawing set besides just one sheet. There we go. So we can go down to a site plan. There we go. So it's on sort of a cul-de-sac. It's not a cul-de-sac, but it's a bend, the bulb. So we're proposing a new pool. The outdoor dining is in the rear yard, and then a new little entry, covered entry element.
Is the guest house all legal?
Yep.
The driveway?
Yeah.
The the little driveway that goes around.
Yeah. And we're not touching any of that stuff. So no modifications to the interior. We're just cleaning it up with, we're getting rid of a couple of bay windows and adding new doors and windows. Roof plan. We can just keep going. And here are the elevations. So 1 is the front street side. And then 3 is the rear. That's it. Pretty straightforward, yeah.
Okay. Do these elevations kind of show existing versus new?
No, they don't.
Okay. We'll probably bring that back next time.
It's
Yeah.
just like the patio cover is new, the rest is all existing, right?
Yeah, there's some, like I mentioned before, some funky eave conditions, like a double eave with different pitches that we're getting rid of.
Like the new entry element is new also.
Oh,
Yeah.
this is also new.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, I can bring some existing elevations too.
Okay, questions from the board?
You haven't changing the doors and windows, right?
Yes,
What materials are you
we're
proposing?
gonna do like an aluminum sliding doors and like a bronze finish.
John, can you promote Sam Maphis to panelist? I assume he's here to present something. Okay, other questions? All right. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, raise your hand or step forward. Okay, comments from the board? Anyone?
I have a comment. It's a perfectly fine project, but if you can blow this up, it seems like the height of this patio, like you're going above the other roof. You can enlarge this portion right here. It just seems like a little bit out of scale, like I don't know what the height is there. Must be like 9 feet or something like that. This should be like,
The doors are 7. So
yeah,
you got 8.
it would make sense to match the roofs and instead of doing that. It seems, it just seems a little bit out of scale in there. That's my take.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yeah. I think if you go to your front elevation, the canopy over the entrance,
Can you show that?
John, can you slide that up to the entry
Same
elevation
sheet, but just higher. There you go.
The front of the, yeah, there you go.
there?
No, same sheet, the
No,
elevation.
there you go.
Yeah,
There you go.
right
Yeah,
there.
this one, yeah.
Yeah, I think you should put a collar tie across the
On the front.
roof there.
Yeah.
Because it looks like it's gonna spread.
Got it.
For Sam Maphis, it's looking like it's having issues promoting visual panels, but
Okay.
if he can unmute himself, he can talk.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. Any other comments from anyone? Could he leave?
The garage, excuse me, the garage is like that, the roof shape.
Like I said, it's got a secondary eave on each side that kind of pokes and wraps around.
A big cricket in the middle.
Yeah.
It's funny they would do that.
So,
Okay, anyone else?
Well, I guess I agree with Alex that maybe if the back patio cover was a little below the other main ridge and just a line up, it'd be easier to build too if you're aligning the
Eve, yeah.
Does it have to be the eave or just the roof, the ridge?
the whole thing, just bring it down a little bit.
It matches the ridge right now.
Yeah, bring
Yeah.
it down from that.
That was weird to me. Okay. All right, well, I would say, and then let's go to the site plan real quick to look at the pool. Are you doing any associated landscaping with that?
We're currently the landscape plan.
Okay. So that'll come back. So maybe return prelim and final on full board.
yeah. We're not concerned. Really.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
mean, like he has resolved, and the architectural things are very minor,
yeah,
but you gotta bring the existing, and sometimes what it really helps us, makes us really happy, And you have one next to the other, existing and proposed.
Yeah.
North and east and,
Yeah.
so forth. And
I guess, go ahead.
Yes.
The only other thing I'd say is if that's the proposed lawn, I would look to reduce that.
Okay.
Because you're gonna, I mean, especially up against the property line, you're gonna wanna probably or something, so,
Is that a guest house in the corner there?
yeah.
Yep.
And so what's the area that, what is this indicating, this line?
There's like a paved area driveway.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so then everybody's okay with prelim, final, and consent?
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
Thank you guys.
Bring full, you bring full last drawing, right? If that,
Yeah.
Okay.
I missed John's comment about something like a collar or something. Was that an official comment or?
Yeah, collar
Yeah.
tie at the entry,
Collar tie, add collar tie at entry.
just to hold the
Element.
roof together.
Yeah.
Thank you. Excuse me. All right. Item number 4. AT&T Tier 4 telecommunications facility. Yeah, a request of Jerry Ambrose from Yukon Group, agent for AT&T Mobility, for conceptual review of a new 66-foot high AT&T wireless telecommunication facility of approximately 800 square feet disguised as a eucalyptus tree at the Turnpike Shopping Center, it appears. This is located at 161 South Turnpike Road in the Goleta area. And so do we have the applicant here? If so, please state your name for the record. I don't see him on. Oh, okay, well, it appears the applicant for item 4 is not here today, so we'll move on. To item number 5, Muerte Trust Addition, request of Kyle Dennis, agent for the Muerte Trust, for a conceptual review of an addition of approximately 423 square feet to the existing residence. The existing residence is approximately 14,000 square feet. It's a 6-acre parcel located at 4565 Via Puerto in the Hope Ranch area. And so do we have an applicant here for this project, please? It appears we don't have an applicant for this project either. Moving right along. Okay. Item number 6.
Happens again, we have to check our system.
Yeah. Request of Warner Group Architects. I don't see them on here either.
Well, they might be online.
Well, that's where I'm looking.
I think they got mad and left.
Do we have an applicant here for item number 6?
I see if anybody in the attendees.
Oh, there's a hand. Oh, time's up. Sorry. Oh, Sam is raising his hand. Maybe he's for number 6.
Sam Harris, if you can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone, and thanks. Yeah, the timing obviously is messed up, thinking that it was going to be maybe closer to 1:30. I think Zach and Tip from the Warner Group are maybe on their way. I'm here and I can discuss some of the landscape changes for the project, the site changes, but certainly not the architecture. I do know enough about what they're trying to do if we wanted to start, but
So you're here for item number 6, Sam?
I'm here for item number 6, which is 2720 Montecito Ranch.
Right. Okay, well, I think what we'll do is just, if you don't mind holding on, and we'll see if they actually show up. Otherwise, I don't want to split it up. And
No, I get that, Chris. Thank you. I'm waiting in the wings. I wonder where they are, but I'm sure they're tardy because you guys jumped so quickly, I guess.
Okay, if you don't mind, maybe send them a little message and tell them that we're ready for them.
I'll do that right now. You bet.
Thank you, sir. All right, well, we'll start with item number 7 then. This is the Pollock Bypass Trust Patio cover. And I do see an applicant for that one. So this is request of Natalie Oshner, architect for Margot Sinclair, for conceptual review and preliminary approval of a new commercial cover of 708 square feet with added structural posts. Currently, there's a commercial building of about 1,900 square feet on the parcel. No grading is proposed, and this is located at 2345 Lily Avenue in Summerlin area. So do we have the applicant here? Please state your name for the record.
Hi, I'm Liz Hughes, presenting for Tom Oxner's office on this project. Can everyone hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Great.
Liz, go ahead and present and just keep it to about 10 minutes. If you would.
Okay.
Or less.
Yeah, this will be a short one. This is a small addition of just actually it's an existing patio cover. You showed a couple of those images to begin with of the existing building. If we could, do I have control of this or how does it work again?
John here on this end, just let him know what page you want to be on and he'll.
Okay. Okay, well, let's just stick with the drawings since that's what's up now. And I did just want to make a note, and you mentioned it during the initial description of the project, that the patio cover is only 708 square feet. I think on the agenda, it said it was a larger, like the size of the existing building. So just wanted to clarify that. So there is an existing cover there now. It's got some open beams and the existing wood posts that are also there. And what we're doing is we're adding 2 wood posts to on this like plan south, you can see down towards the bottom of that patio cover, 2 posts and some beams that go across that to create a larger patio cover that will also be covered with asphalt roofing. Right now it's all just open to the air. So we're adding some beams in there and the posts to make it larger, and then also covering it with plywood and the roofing material. So let's go to the next page of this PDF, page 3, if we could. Should I wait until, is there a?
Yeah, sorry, Liz, we're having technical
Okay.
problems.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
Give us a second. Our speakers just keep going out. While we're waiting, are there parking improvements associated with this? Or
There's no parking improvements associated with this.
so it's just the patio cover.
Yeah.
Hey, all right. This is crazy here, I have to say.
Okay.
Keep going.
Yep, go ahead.
It's pretty simple, so we should go pretty fast.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay. So this is the enlarged plan and a section of that patio cover. You can see it's just in between those existing 2 buildings, and there are some pilasters along the edge of the existing buildings, and then the posts that are being added.
Sorry, so we have some background noise. I think, is that Sam? Yeah, there you go.
Hot mic.
Hot mic. All righty. Please continue.
Okay. So this is the enlarged plan. There's an arched walkway from the street. So this is really how you enter those 2 buildings. You enter underneath this covered patio, and just showing the infill in between those 2 buildings of that patio cover. So yeah, you'll get a better feel here. These are the existing elevations. That arch is where you come into the building, and you can see the patio cover beyond it with the open beam framing, and then also the lattice work that's sitting on top of it. Yeah, the next sheet, these are the proposed elevations. So what we're doing is we're adding a couple more intermediate beams in there, as well as so then we'll have those beams. We have a couple of new beams supported by the wood posts, and then we'll have T&G on the underside. So that's what you're looking up at from the interior space there, the covered space, and then plywood and roofing on top of that. Also proposing some exterior lighting as part of this remodel. And then these are just the details of that patio cover.
Where's the lighting showing? We want to move faster.
Yeah, go back to the previous page. So there are 4 lights proposed. You can see them next to the existing windows there on the face of the building. Right now, there are also 2 smaller lights at that arched entryway, and I believe that they are going to replace them. So the lights that we have here, you'll see on the material board, they're pretty large. So we'll have to get another spec for those smaller lights that are being replaced at the archway.
Material board. There we go. So just scroll through that.
And the lights, it's right there.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, so there's that light that's going on the face of the building, and then we'll have to get a smaller one for that arch area.
The light source is up and underneath the shroud.
Right there.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Liz?
Let's see. I guess we already went over the existing photos, so that's really it. It's a pretty small project here, so I'll kind of keep my presentation short for you.
So we are here for concept and prelim now. So return.
We're in prelim. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's what it said. Right? Yes.
Maybe we should move this along.
Yeah, go for it.
Make the motion, man.
Yeah, move for preliminary approval as submitted with final and consent.
Second.
I'm not sure what the need for final. I think they have most of the details already, right?
Yeah, it looks like we did. Yeah.
Yeah, just bring in any other detail that may be missing, but you're in good shape for final.
Okay, we have first and second. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you.
Thanks.
Still,
Second, sorry.
yeah, we had a second from John.
Okay.
And still don't see the applicant for item 6, so we'll move on to item number 8, which is the Smith exterior alterations request of Tarn, Shay, and Don Nolte, architect for Samantha Smith, for conceptual review of alterations to the existing residence and cabana, including a new sloped roof, doors and windows, and stone cladding. And no grading is required. A 19.5 acre parcel located at 2709 Vista Oceano Drive in the area. And do we have the applicant here? You state your name.
Yes, I am here, Don.
Okay, hi Don.
Hi.
Let's see. So yeah, whenever you're ready, just tell us what we're looking at and keep it.
Okay. There's an existing house, a new owner, and we're going to do some dramatic changes to the exterior of the building. There's no square footage proposed. If you want to scan over the photographs, would probably be the best. So there's a rounded portico in the entry on the front, on the upper left-hand corner. That's going to be flattened off. This building was built in the time when Summerlin had its own specific height regulations, and this building actually has parts of it that are 20 feet high, in that the balustrade that goes around the house. And proposal now is to take all of that off and the detailing around the windows and doors, and replace all the doors with steel with flat tops predominantly. There's a few arched windows that will be left. And interior plan, or there's already interior permit remodeling going on from some minor changes inside. So we're in the CDP process here for the exterior changes. That's the cabana there on the left corner. So if you can just scan through the plans to show you. So those are existing floor plans. And on the master bedroom in the upper left wing on the left side at the top of the page, that is has a stair, half a flight of stair up. We're going to lower that down into the basement and take those stairs away for a better flow inside the house. Next plan. So that just shows the demo areas where we're taking all the steel doors and windows out and the rounded portico in front. And this new proposed plan, you can see the flattened off entry, covered entry. And the floor plan, there's a new layout of the master bathroom, bedrooms wing that is being pressed down into the basement area. Next page. There's a roof plan. So we're able to eke out a sloped roof and still meet the current height limit. And there is a stairway to the roof on the house on the right. And there's a little roof deck that's existing, and we're trying to preserve that. So you can see we couldn't take the roof all the way up to the ridge. So we have a flattened center in portions of this, but most of the roof completes at a 12. and we're proposing a steel roof. Scroll on. This is the Cabana, and similar. It's going to get new treatment with stone and steel doors and plaster. And I can go to the elevations. Existing. And the next page we'll see the proposed. It's a little dark there. We have renderings on the next. So there's portions of the building I'll have stone veneer, and keep going. There's the Cabana, and then as is, and then the next page has the proposed there. And maybe just going to the renderings now would be best. Or I guess you got to go through there's the door and window package.
Let's get by that. We're here for.
It's here for conceptual.
Keep going.
It's in another PDF.
I don't think we have the, oh, yeah, there we are. No,
I think you had it up on.
I don't know where the renderings are attached. They were in the same folder.
On the other PDF.
is there another PDF?
Yeah. Sorry. We're just computer's taking a while.
Okay. I think
I think it's in a separate file.
That's the one.
Yeah,
Here.
oh, there you go.
there's from the front. There's existing planters in the parking area. And we don't like the stone here in this, so when we come in for final, we'll have a new selection of stone, but that shows the general intent there. The windows, most of the arched windows have been removed, except for the entry door and some arches in the living room. And this would be a light gray, medium gray, dark steel roof, and simple gutter section. Go to the next. It's straight, that's a straight on. And the next view is from the other side, with the master bedroom is on the right, and that's the 3 arched doors out of the living room. And the final place, that's the courtyard there from the pool building. And that's pretty much the proposal. Eventually, we'll have some landscaping shown with the minor landscaping around the planters. So,
There you go.
got some swimmers there.
Sure do.
So that's about it for this round.
All right. Very good. Questions from the board? Anybody? No?
Can you scroll back up to the, I guess it's the front. Yeah, there. That's the existing height, right? Where the stone openings are.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's a, but it's all existing. Okay.
I think, yeah, the previous openings were arched.
We're arched, yes. You're just working within.
So, so what kind of stone are you looking to then? If you're not going to do the local Santa Barbara sandstone then?
It will be local. Yeah, we're working on a nice layout that we can get some sort of, repeating patterns of, 5 or 6 different shapes in a horizontal planes.
Gotcha. All right. Any other questions from the board? All right. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? So please raise your hand. See no hands going up. So back to the board for comments. Anyone?
I have a comment. John, can you move it up a little bit? So the straight elevation. Yeah, the other one. A little bit up. No. I just wanted to see the picture on the bottom. On the bottom. Yeah, there we go. I like the proportion very much. However, I think that the proportions on those columns and the top part, are a little bit off. Also, it's also evident in the back where the arches and the columns, they look a little bit too narrow for the height and so forth. maybe the material, yeah, it's a compliment. Yeah, like they are too. There's something off with the proportions. Maybe you can, think about it and maybe.
I agree with you, Alex, and the reason, those are really expensive steel door frames that are there now, and they actually are reflecting the Tuscan column that we had in there with those kind of proportions. But we're trying to save that steel frame on those 3 doors. So, but I agree with you, and it's been nagging me all along. So we'll see what, I'm afraid.
Can you just keep the structure and build underneath inside and lower it?
Yeah, we could do something. We could keep the frame behind, and there's a way you could have the veneer be wider in the front and still keep the frame behind. Yeah, there's a little bit of gymnastics you could do.
Yeah, or also maybe some kind of a trim to break the, I don't know, some kind of a neoclassical illusion. I don't know, there's something off, and I'm sure you can solve it, you can improve this. I'm totally,
Noted.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, any other comments?
Yeah, I guess I do the same thing, just proportionally a little bit. So on both the front and the back center, but
Those 3 openings.
yeah.
Yeah, I know there's
I mean,
some issues there, and we're trying to work through with the existing structure.
yeah, but in terms of a good update facelift to that house, it's very nice. Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else? Is there any change to the site layout, paving, landscape, hardscape, any of that?
None proposed at this time.
Okay. All right. So we're here for concept. Excuse me. If someone, what do you think? But return for preliminary and final, full board. Okay.
Like it. Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, return prelim and final for full board when you're ready.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So we're going to go back to item number 4, which is the AT&T Tier 4 telecommunications facility. I see Jerry Ambrose has joined us. So Jerry, we already read the description on this. It's basically a 66-foot high wireless facility, about 800 square disguised as eucalyptus tree. So whenever you're ready, Jerry, why don't you give us your presentation? And
yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah. 10 minutes. Okay, thank you. Yeah, sorry, if you brought it up earlier, sorry I missed it. Yes, you're correct. It's a 66-foot high proposed AT&T cell tower disguised as a eucalyptus tree that will be enclosed by an approximate 550 square foot walled enclosure. And this will be, the location is essentially the northwest edge of the Turnpike Shopping Center. The location itself is approximately 700 feet north of Hollister and about 125 feet south of that rear frontage road. There are a lot of real trees of that height in the front of the center. So I believe that it will be, at least partially concealed to an extent when you're driving up and down Hollister, at least from the east. That's it. It's basically similar to other ones that you've seen in the past. Our thought in putting it in the back was that it was best to keep it as far as possible from Hollister.
Okay.
It could go anywhere on the property, but we thought it would be best visually or aesthetically, whatever, to put it kind of at the rear of the property. And that's really all I have, and can answer any questions.
Well, we want to go through the plans here. So what is this plan showing us? It's just site survey, existing survey?
That's a survey, correct. And you can see there's like a pop out on the left side of that's an aisle coming down, a driveway entrance. On the left side, basically at the south end of that pop out, there is where the site, right there you go. It'll be right there. That's what's proposed.
Okay, zoom out and next page.
That's another survey sheet, and that's just a bunch of survey stuff, more survey stuff. I think that's a very, very small scale, location, site plan.
Oh,
And then this is probably the best site plan, this next sheet right here, that shows you where it is in relation to the rear property line in the driveway.
Okay. Do you have any photo sims?
There are photo sims that were submitted, yes.
Let's keep going through these plans first, and so zoom out and next page, please.
Yeah. Chris?
Keep going. Okay.
And then that's just obviously a much closer scale, or zoom in photo of the enclosure itself.
Okay.
There's no landscaping proposed around it. Obviously, if the county felt, or if they were, acceptable of the location, et cetera, we can obviously add more landscaping if that's, if we get that far.
Last page of the sheet.
Are there any other files in the folder?
Should be the photo sims are there. They should be there.
I don't see any photo sims. I didn't see them when I looked either. So maybe
Do I have the ability to pull them up?
yes. We'll have John give you the power to do that.
Okay, give me a second. Let me find in my files and I'll stay on here.
Yeah.
Okay, whenever you're ready, sir, you can share your screen.
One second. Let me.
Maybe stop your share, John.
Sorry.
While we're waiting for that, does anyone have questions?
Yeah, what's in the basis, on the base of the, is the building under the eucalyptus itself and under the plant
This is an enclosure.
enclosure?
It's not really a building, right, Jerry? It's just walled.
It's a walled enclosure. And then there are two basic cabinets inside. One is just a state approved pre-manufactured little equipment cabinet building, and then there's a generator.
Okay.
But everything else is just gravel on the ground behind a wall.
Any other questions?
Do I have the ability now to pull this up?
Yes.
Okay, let me share screen, obviously. Oh boy. Apologies, hold on a second. Gotta do something here.
So there's no other questions, right? Okay, is there anyone from the public that wanted to speak on this item? No.
Raise your hand.
Okay, so we're just awaiting you, Jerry, whenever you're.
Yeah, I gotta convert it to I gotta convert it and pull it up. So let me get that.
Well, why don't we just jump into comments?
I'd like to see the context,
photos.
because they're in the corner of the site, and apparently there's some other eucalyptuses around them. And this is a new brand of eucalyptus.
Yeah, it's a new species. Yeah,
I think it's from.
the
Serb-
columnar flat top
Yeah.
variety.
Now, the enclosure, that's 10 feet tall, so it's substantial.
The enclosure is,
Yeah, that.
and then the
70 feet. You know, it's not like-
66, I think it said. Yeah, 66-foot high wireless facility. Is there, I guess I have a question. Is there an identified need for additional AT&T? I mean, is it poor coverage in that zone currently? Or do you have any-
Definitely, yes. The closest sites they have is one is at the that park at the end of Turnpike, and the other one is up by the county jail up on the hill.
So I have a question. If you plant, and let's just assume that you plant a eucalyptus next to it, similar, would that interfere with the communication ability of this antenna?
I'm sorry, planting a tree of a similar height?
Yes, similar, yes, something to disguise it as a group of trees.
Yeah, they would want to be maybe 10 feet above with the antennas, just to make sure it clears. And assuming that trees keep growing, yeah, they'd want to, at least start with 10 feet above, and then possibly trim them in the, 10 years or whatever in the future. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so on the right, this is from the south, looking north. You can see on the upper right is existing, and on the left is proposed. You can see the tower there. Right here. It's right here.
Okay, can you zoom in on that?
Yes. Oh, I see.
Like I said, it's approximately 700 feet from Turnpike, so it's pretty far back. In case you're wondering, this is a Sprint, like a unicell pole. And I was told, this is on the same property, and the owner told me they are moving this to a lower rooftop over here on the shopping center.
So, but where is your proposal?
Right here.
Oh,
Right
that
here.
one, I see.
Oh, that guy.
And the other ones are existing, these guys right there?
Yeah, there's existing palms in the back. And then this, as many of you probably know, this used to be a row of pretty tall trees along here, and they took them all out. They used to be all along here. These are existing trees here. This is that restaurant. I can't remember the name of it. There's a restaurant in front right here.
Yeah.
Here's some of the taller trees in the parking lot.
So these are the existing right there.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then I'll go to another view angle here. It'd be helpful to see all of these. Let's see here. This is from the frontage road in the back of that runs parallel with Hollister. And this is this is the existing palm. There's a palm there. It looks like they took out another palm that was right here, but this is the tree, the eucalyptus design. And again, this used to all be trees along this whole road. Those are all gone. And then just let me show you the last one here. That's from the driveway entrance, and this is the tree, and this is I guess this is what remains of the trees that used to run along.
Hold on a second, sure.
All right. We'll see.
That wall looks a little industrial, but as obviously, but it's sort of, that's kind of what's here already. So that's.
Here, hold on, we're just making a transition here. Take a breath.
Yeah.
I'll walk him out to his car. Somebody should walk him out. Just make sure he gets to his car, okay? Sorry, one of our board members is not feeling well.
Oh, gosh. Oh, sorry about that. Okay. Hope it's okay.
Quick recess here, make sure he's okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
See what's going on. You took a bow. Yeah.
No, wait there, Valerie, or?
Yeah, I think it's okay.
Yeah, we can go.
Okay, whenever you're ready to start again, sir.
So, yeah, sorry about that, Jerry. You were talking about the block here, right? Does it match any other of the walls, or what's the idea?
Yeah, there's a wall over here and we're basically just proposing to match.
So,
I mean, it's just there's nothing fancy about the wall, obviously. But we can do it if we get as far as recommending approval, whatever. This wall can be made out of anything. We can have slump stone, we could have wrought iron, we could have stone plus landscaping. We could really do anything.
so landscaping, do we have a plan where we can see what other landscaping could be added here? Where would it be a good place to look at?
Yeah, so is this, well, okay, is this the last of the photo sims?
It's the third and last, correct?
So we'll take back control and we'll go back to the site plan.
How tall is the existing wall? That's there?
That one,
I believe it's 6 feet.
but this one is 10.
Your proposed wall is 10 feet around.
Yeah. There's two different, different trains of thought on that. Some jurisdictions like to have everything completely hidden, 8 feet or 10 feet. Others would rather just have a lower wall. But so whatever, if we get as far as the support of approval, the county, we can do whatever the county deems necessary.
So scroll down.
So 8 feet is a possibility from
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
from your standpoint, from your perspective, from this say security or whatever it needs.
Yeah, maybe zoom into that, or is there one that's more zoomed in than that?
There's the next one. It's more
The
zoomed
next
in.
slide, please.
Sheet A3.
Yeah, but it doesn't have a
It
lot.
doesn't show the context.
Doesn't have
Go
it.
back up one.
I think we need a little bit more of that.
There we go. So zoom into that area. Oh, so this shows it right up against that wall, but the photo sim looked like there was a big gap
It
between.
looked like
the
it
two.
was located in the plant there. But the plan was-
Yeah, but this is the curb and this is the wall. Oh, no, this is a, here's this.
It's out of the driveway. too.
Yeah, it's existing planter curve right there. And then this, how is it that, where are you obstructing the flow of traffic? How are you able to extend into the,
Yeah, I think it's been a while, but I recall that we measured it to you can see the building in the lower right there.
yeah,
I thought that was still going to be about 40 feet, which we thought is still good for fire. We don't have a dimension for that, but we could obviously put one there.
I mean,
We could also lengthen this out a bit to make it closer to the west, but there's still going to be some type of a pop out of some kind.
it seems that we would need, I'm not sure if you have a little bit more of a blown up, like more information about this area so we can talk about landscaping and the possibilities to show. You should show exactly which are, I saw some walls. I'm not sure if the wall that you're talking about is this one.
no, that's like, that's probably a swale, concrete swale, I'm assuming. This is the wall that we were seeing.
That's the wall?
It looked to me like there was a big separation between the two.
And this is a street right here? Or
No, this is an adjacent lot.
And the picture we're looking at, it was from the other side?
Yeah, it was like.
From that side. I
Yeah.
see. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we need, I think we need more information and see what kind of landscaping. I think I don't know, maybe I'm speaking out of turn.
Probably. Well, it seems like can you follow this maybe a little bit? It seems like, I mean, why you could bump this out sooner maybe, and then get a planter in front of this. Same thing on the other side, just bring the curb out to the wall.
Or even.
And are you able to follow that at all with your
Like
cursor?
another 3 feet out, so there's a planter.
It'd also be right all the way right here, right? I mean.
Yeah, but I mean, look, right now, this is all driveway. And so we're actually going into the driveway here. And so we don't know, I mean, is this enough space here and here for?
40 feet, yeah.
Yeah, that is. So, Jerry, what is this line or this double line, that parallel? Is that like
And I apologize, I can't, let me blow this up so I can see your cursor.
My first one.
This one, can you see that?
Swale, it's a concrete
Yeah,
swale.
okay,
So there is a lot of room.
right.
Yeah, okay, I'm not sure if we're into comments, but if I
Well,
don't,
yeah, I think we are.
okay. I think it's the solution is gotta be landscape on this, you know?
Landscaping, so you're screening the walls around it?
Yeah,
Well, yeah, I mean, there's gotta be room here to add some other trees and also the look of that, the flat top of the eucalyptus looks a little bit awkward.
yeah. You know, I guess the question I had, Jerry, was your photo sim shows a more sort of naturalistic looking tree, but the drawing looks very symmetrical and
Yeah, I see that it's a crop top. I saw that. Yeah, there is some difference there. It can be done, it can be done either way. So I can definitely make sure the plans reflect what the photo sims show.
It's a little bit looser, a little bit not so constrained. I mean,
yeah.
Right, like a triangle on a stick. Yeah, I got you. Understood. I've heard that before.
You just said, don't even try to make it look like a tree, just make it what it is.
yeah, but this one is
But-
66 feet.
Yeah.
Are you sure you guys gonna go that? I thought about it.
I'm not saying we should, I'm going back to what we did before. I guess the question is, why is this so massive? I mean, overall, how is it determined the size on this? Is it based on?
Yeah, the height is determined on the need in the gap in coverage. Again, their closest site is up there above the county jail. And the other one's there at the end of Turnpike and Cathedral Oaks up there. And their next site to the west, I think, is all the way at Fairview or something like that. So they're trying to close a large service area that over time, demand has increased beyond the capacity of those existing sites.
Okay.
So they're not asking for 100, but they are asking for about 60 feet. So it's taller than other ones that we've done. It's shorter than a lot of the ones we've done. It's just based on the individual site and what the needs are of the project for the coverage.
Okay, so let's get focused on comments here. It sounds like we definitely want to see a study showing how much planting area can be added around this proposed structure. And also to incorporate additional trees where possible adjacent to it. We also want to see a sample of the leaf to be used and coloring. And we would also request that the shape of the tree be as naturalistic as possible. Even though that,
It looks a perfect wording.
How about a photo of one that exists that's similar?
Yeah.
Sure, that's easy to get. Sure, there's a bunch of them out there.
Okay. And then I think we need more, simulation from areas that are adjacent. Like you're pretty close up on all those. And I don't know, it's kind of, do we need a site visit to see
Yeah,
this?
because we don't really know what's all
Yeah, we're not
around.
getting a great idea of what the
Back
context of this
corners.
is. I know that next to it on the west, it's agricultural, and then I think San Marcos Growers is right behind. So, I mean, but we don't know what's directly to the north, and I believe it's residential, if I'm not mistaken. So I think we're gonna need a site visit. And so, how do you story pole something 66 feet tall? Is that a possibility? Just to get,
Balloon.
is that a reasonable request?
A balloon.
A balloon? Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
Jerry, do you have a way to
You gonna go up in it?
quote unquote story pole this?
Yeah, I've done a few in the past. I don't remember if they were this tall, but we had to rent a man lift or scissor lift, whatever they call those things.
Yeah.
Put that up as high as it can go, and then put like a flag or like a PVC pipe
Right.
on it. It's been like 20 years since I've done one, but they have been done. I just don't know if they can go this high. I'm not sure.
At least get as high as you can, and then you can tell us, oh, it's 10 feet higher, or 15 feet higher than what this is. So we can kind of drive around and see the effect on the neighborhood.
I think
Sometimes they do balloons. I don't know how effective those are. If you guys ever ask other people to use balloons.
Hold on a second. Just Mr. Chair,
Yes.
how about I look at photo sim and a site visit? I don't think they need to story pole this.
I mean, if there's a way to, then that's not that much of a deal. It sounds like he's willing to try. And I think if you get it even to 40 feet and say, okay, we can, because if you go out there and there's nothing to look at, what are you looking at? So I think we should have him try. And if he can get it to 40 feet or 50 feet, and then he can just tell us, oh, it's 10 feet taller than that. It's basically renting a scissor lift.
Right.
It's not a big deal. And in this case, this is sort of a potentially major impact aesthetically to the neighborhood. And so there you go. Any other comments?
Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of houses right behind that corner.
Yeah. Okay.
Was there any thought of trying to conceal it on the building that's next to it? Because I know that was done on that hotel over there right in an alley. They built like architectural feature on the building to put the tower in.
Yeah, the building's too short. So anything we do would be like a sort of a similar to what we did at the hotel, but it would be, 3 times as high or something.
Fair enough.
We thought it would look out of scale.
We could, it's easy to reach. We can have a site visit by ourselves. Now we're on. Or,
Yeah. I don't think we need a formal site visit. I think if David, could let us know if you're able to get something up there, just let us know when that is, and we'll drive by individually.
Okay.
Look at
All
it.
right.
Okay. So I think return for further conceptual once we're able to do that, and you can also give us those other exhibits, like opportunities for additional trees and additional landscape to screen the walls and such.
Right. Okay.
Alex Tuttle, is that clear on the comments?
I think so. So as far as site visit goes, not a real site visit, a
individual
site visit. Okay.
Fake ones. Yeah.
But you do want some sort of balloon or scissor lift or something up there.
Some sort of indication at the location, yeah, to demonstrate, quote unquote story pole.
Okay.
Okay, good, thank you. So that was item number 4. Do we have the applicant here for item number 5? Kyle? No, okay.
Hold on.
What's that? I don't see anybody online either. No.
I just saw tips there.
Yeah, that's item 6. So we'll move on to item number 6.
What's your tip?
Yep, the MR Place LLC edition. I already read through this, but it's basically for conceptual review, an addition of 1,156 square feet to the first floor and a new, actually, I didn't read this. Addition of 1156 to the first floor and a new 1,120 square foot basement will be added wholly underground. Also proposes a new landscape plan and new exterior lighting. And there's currently a 5,000 square foot house, 2 garages of about 1,000 square feet in a pool cabana, 543 cubic yards of cut and no fill, 6.41 acre parcel located at 2720 Montecito Ranch Place in the Summerlin area. We do have a planner memo. If you could pull that up, David. I didn't print those out. Okay.
The memo primarily highlights some of the. You're probably very familiar with this property. This was the one that was painted a different color than what was originally approved, that your board subsequently denied, and that denial was upheld at the Planning Commission. So this project is part of the additions. They're proposing a new paint color for your consideration. So the memo speaks to that as well as to some issues with regard to compliance with the applicable conditions of approval with related to landscaping.
Okay, so does that mean I don't have to read through all that?
Well, that's the high level. If you want to get into the nitty gritty of the conditions, it's in there. Basically, there's some inconsistencies that we've identified. And then the light color, I'd recommended a lower LRV value, but you can, their proposed color has a higher LRV than what was originally approved and a higher LRV than the color that you had previously denied.
Okay, and then there's also board action letter from 2013 and a feedback letter from this year. Do we need to review those or do those apply?
Probably not necessary.
Okay.
It's just background.
Great, so then we'll turn it over to the applicant for your presentation when you're ready, about 10 minutes, hopefully.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, wait, sorry. Can we give him one of these?
Oh, there's both up here.
Well, maybe
sure.
It was an hour this morning for one item, so we thought we had more times, but I guess not. Anyway.
We're glad to see you again.
You need to set up an office in here.
Thank you. Okay, so this is the project at 2720 Montecito Ranch. And the house was built, as you can see from the pictures down below. And I think they paint low 2 white.
Photos.
And this board, I think denied the color previously. These are some existing photos. And so I hope it's, yeah, this is the view toward Summerlin, and I'm to focus on these views as we go through the drawings and upload more, David. Okay, and this is in the cul-de-sac coming in. So the house was completely approved, built, and they got temporary occupancy permit, but they haven't received the final yet. So we like to go through 3 things today. We like to go through a small addition we're doing to the house, and number 1. Number 2 is that we want to address the landscaping, and Sam May first, I believe he's on Zoom. We were addressing the landscaping. And last, we want to address the color issues. Am I right? Okay, yeah, so let's go through the, so this one is a side plan of the existing house. Keep going, David. This is the existing house. This is our existing. That's our existing elevation. Next sheet. Okay, so what we are trying to adding 2 areas. Area number 1 is we are adding I can open this 2-bedroom extension right here. And area number 2, we want to rework this area. Oh, this doesn't work. Yeah. And this is the kitchen right now. This is the front door coming in. The dining room, the living room, the master bedroom. There are 2 bedrooms here. The couple that bought the house, they have 7 children. And they are from England. That's why we need to add 2 more bedrooms here. And we want to rework this area to make the kitchen a little bigger. And then we are doing a basement underneath this area. So those are the 2 areas that we are adding. The kitchen, the family room, the breakfast room, that's a pool in the back. Okay, next sheet. So this is the elevation looking at the front, which can be seen from the street. This is the cul-de-sac. That's the existing front door. We're adding, we just extend the house out a little bit, keep the same vernacular architecture of the main house. And this is the garage wing right here. We're adding a little bigger kitchen area. This is toward, what is the feature, the east or the west? This is that elevation, Ray.
I think that's the south.
That, this addition is right here, over here.
Yeah, so.
The south, and this one is towards the kitchen,
The north.
the north. It's the same design style. We just want to blend in with the existing house. So that's the scope of the addition. And Sam?
Yeah, hi, board. Thank you, Tip. The landscape plan, I think there it is. So you can see by the pictures that the landscape has taken in some places and not in others. So we wholly are going to look at adding additional planting in the front. The olive trees along the street are in good condition, but we'll still be looking at additional screens supplementing, creating a trash area kind of on the, what would be the east end of the garage, possibly with a wall there. We also will be adding some screen trees on the north side because there's a new home being built there that's quite close to that setback, and a hedge. There's an existing ligustrum hedge there we'll be infilling. I'm going to create an orchard area in the kind of northwest, fruit trees that you can see. And then we'd like to propose a fence at the west side over the berm that would create some security and privacy from people coming up from the lower trail. Also in this plan, you'll see that the hardscape area around the pool has been simplified. There's currently a sunken spa and kind of fountain that kind of goes to the east, much closer to the house. So we're proposing the pool itself to stay where it is, but that spa to be moved closer. So there's better useful patio space on the west side of the house, which is where the views are. We'll be adding a potential fire pit in the flat work. Because of the size of the family and this active family of 7 kids, they asked if we could do some kind of play space in that big flat area. So at this point, because of drought and other things, we steered them away from using a regular turf grass, and they were fine with using a synthetic turf for sustainability and water and function. So we wouldn't be actually increasing the water use of an area of that size. So we're showing that what would be functional turf area, but synthetic. The fountain and main alignment of the axial pattern you see coming through the center of the house will stay. That hardscape will be landscaping and screening on the south side as well, because there are another house close to that setback to the south that we'd be adding some trees to screen their roof line and supplementing the hedge along that side. So it's really an updating of the landscaping for this home that originally maybe was a spec home or was done in such a way that the landscaping has been let go, and we're trying to bring it up to the standard of what the architecture is going to be and what the family's quality and finishes hope to be. So we'll be showing you a much more refined landscape plan as we move through, but it's a makeover of the landscape to match up to the quality of the house.
Okay.
I think that summarizes everything pretty well.
Thank you.
Okay, so now the last topic is the color. And this is a little bit interesting. I want to be able to, okay, can you go back to the last one? This slide. So this is the view with the back of the house right here. And this you can see from Summerlin looking up. The other side is within the cul-de-sac that can be seen. One of the reasons the people, they bought the house because they like, you know, the beautiful Spanish son of architecture with white plaster. And
sorry. Yep. Sorry. Go ahead.
And that's why they bought the house. So, but they know after they bought the house, they think the white might be a little too white, and everything was white. And the concern was from the views from the community looking up that you can see a white house. So can you go to the existing picture of the back, David?
Go to the board.
Oh, the board?
Yeah.
Okay, which one?
Go to the material board that you just pulled up. It's probably better. Yeah, if you go to page 2, yeah, these are some kind of highlight photos of the back.
Okay, so when you look at the back elevation, this is the main element here. You have all these concrete columns, beige columns. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. And these, and then all the windows behind it. Then you have some white elements, like this is the breakfast room. And then on the other side, that's the master bedroom. But the rest of the rear elevation before any landscaping would be, completely trellises, concrete columns and glass. So what we propose to do is that anything facing which is west, which you paint everything else white, the same color as the columns. And can you go up one slide? One more. You have a column here.
Yeah, it's on the previous page.
Which one?
If you go to the second page and zoom in, yeah. So zoom in on that middle column there. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so this is a precast concrete column, and it's kind of a taupey beige, and you can see it's much beiger than the white behind it. So we like to change the color to this color right here, Benjamin Moore, boom. And what we are trying to do is that we are trying to, anything that can be seen from the public, we want to tone it down completely. And then anything in the courtyard that nobody can see, we like to keep it white, but we like to come back with a white that doesn't have a high reflectivity as what they have now, because on Ambar we have a white. What's the reflectivity like?
LRV.
LRV, what the number?
Like 82 or something.
82, something like that, so it doesn't reflect. But so that's really the main concept on how we try to work with the board, try to make the family happy, and make sure that you can't see the house from. So between the combination of landscaping and that, we feel that we probably can.
So
that kind of sum up presentation.
Perfect. So we'll move into questions. Can you clarify then? So the new owner wants as much white as possible. So why not paint the whole thing the bone white? I guess.
Because that's a little beige.
A little beigey.
Yeah, it's very beigey. So we talked to them about let's do a 2-color tone, which we see a lot of now. That can be very nice.
One side of the house is white and the other one's kind of beigey.
Yeah, as we go through, we make some transitions so it doesn't seem like beige and white.
Yeah.
But we want to make sure that can be seen from anywhere.
Okay. Other questions?
Yeah, it's just the agenda only shows the addition, but this is something else in the project. How does that work?
The color?
Yeah. The color, because it's some kind of a pending issue. Is that what it is? It's not agendized. That's what I'm asking. It's not in the agenda. The color.
It's in the planner memo.
It's in the planner memo. Okay, so something from before, right? Something pending.
Yeah.
It's an ongoing issue.
Ongoing issue. Okay.
Right. We had commented on it last time.
Right, and then I think it went to plan commission and then.
Yeah. They upheld for once.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions from anyone here? Okay, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please step forward or raise your hand. Okay, there is one again. A board of review. That's good to know.
Yeah, they came back.
Now they're the Sumbar. The plans. And does not have any concerns. However, does kindly request colors and light fixture details included. Details be included, I assume.
I didn't know they still exist.
Well, they're
I
back.
think they're back
They're back and they're called the Samba.
and they're rebranded and they're ready to look. They have a logo and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're excited to welcome them back.
With the double M.
Okay, so sorry, no public comment. Back to the board for our comments. Ms. Frusher.
Well, how about light fixtures? What have you got going?
I mean, the light fixtures would probably just match the existing around the house, because it's all existing, but the additions are very small. It's only like 1,000 square feet total.
And
Right.
we're not adding
So-
any
Not a
more.
real change in because I was surprised that some bar mentioned that. So, okay,
And other comments?
just one other question. Have they lived there for a while?
No, they just moved. I mean, this is a summer home. They live in England,
Right.
and
So they haven't really spent time there yet.
They've actually owned it for a while, but they've not been able to travel because of COVID and get to the house for many months for the last year and a half, I think. So they've just now been able to come visit the house they've owned for quite some time because of international travel rules.
Right. So I guess I'll just say that, you know, particularly between England and here, the natural lighting is so completely different that I appreciate what you're saying about doing the two different colors, but I just feel like it's easier on the eye, even for the people that live there, to tone it down from the white when you're on a hilltop that gets blazing sun in this Southern California sun. It's totally different when you're in a more northern climate. I just was up in northern Michigan, and the lighting is so 100% different that you want bright buildings to kind of, you know, offset the low light level. So anyway, that's just, I think if, you know, if you feel like it can be where no one really sees it, this is just a suggestion from me. I think for them, it's better living with it, softer, all the way around.
And as I mentioned, we'll pick another white to tone down the white now. I think that's a little too white. That's when we did a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And we have the white that we like to use. The amber doesn't have a high reflectivity, and I want to recommend it to them. So it's not, but just the one beige house that's coming down to it.
Okay. Mr. Pujo?
Yeah, I look at the plans and I think the new addition is perfectly fine. It matches the existing. I don't have issue with the colors, so I'm good.
Okay, Mr. Richards.
Yeah, I agree that the additions are great, and the improvements in the landscape, I think, are gonna really clean up the house with the synthetic turf that's existing around the pool and everything. It's really nice to have an actual pool deck around the pool. So I support it. I think it's good, and I think the color is a good choice. And also, it's interesting to look at the color on that screen compared to what's shown up there. And it's very different. So it's tough to even judge based on what I mean, look at it there and look at it there.
Yeah.
So
Right.
we're not really getting an accurate.
Yeah, we should never look at colors inside or on a screen. If you can bring those color chips next time and we can take them outside, that'd be helpful. Mr. Vice Chair Bloomer.
Nothing to add to that.
Okay, all right. Nor do I. So we are here for conceptual, right? Anyone want to recommend a direction?
Preliminary and final.
Okay, full board, because we need to, there's a lot to look at.
Bring
still.
the paint chips.
Yeah.
We'll bring the new white and we'll bring the beige.
And at least a photo of the existing light fixtures so we can satisfy some bar and for ourselves. And all right, perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, Sam.
Thanks, Chris.
Moving on to item number, we did 7. Did we do 7 with the little arbor thing? Yeah.
Did we do 5 or not?
Number 5 is still absent, I believe.
A text message that I emailed the planner. I tried calling and it didn't get an answer for a reply.
Okay.
It's called Muerte.
Yeah, the Muerte Trust
Something like
Edition.
that.
All right, so then we're moving on to item number 8. No, we did that already. Any of that.
Yeah.
Item number 9. Kate School Health Center. Request of Heidi Jones, agent for Kate School, for conceptual review and preliminary final approval of a modular health center building of 3,264 square feet, along with associated hardscape, landscape, and lighting. And this is 600 cubic yards of cut and fill, a 178.5 acre parcel, and location 1960 Kate Mesa Road in the Carpinteria area. And so, do we have the applicant here? Please state your names for the record.
Andy Pierce, I'm an assistant at Kate School. and Adam Sharkey with Blackbird Architects. I believe Heidi Jones with Suzanne Elledge's offices through remote.
Yes.
And Kevin Hardigan, the contractor from Hardigan Foley, project managers here.
Okay, so whenever you're ready, show us what you got and tell David which page you want to be on and limit it to about 10 minutes or so if you can.
Great, thank you. Heidi, I don't know if you wanted to give the planning overview, and then Sandy can talk a little bit about the project specifics.
Sure, happy to. Good afternoon, SBAR chair and members. Thank you for your time. We're happy to be before you today to go over our healthcare center project. Just for context, I know that you've all seen the CUP master plan and various phases over the years come through your board. So the location of this healthcare center is the location of a future freshman quad, which is still planned to be built at some point in the future. There's actually a temporary stockpile in the location now that's being relocated. So it's a good opportunity to utilize the space for the immediate need that Kate School has at this time. And I'll let our team speak a little bit more about the project. Thank you.
Sandy Pierce, Assistant Head for Kate. And thank you for the opportunity to speak to today about this project. A little bit of background: founded in 1910, Kate has been boarding day school in Carpinteria for over 100 years. We have 303 students this year, 235 which board their grades 9 through 12. They come to us from 25 states and 19 countries. And it's a very student-centered school. Students are at the heart of all of our decision-making, and nothing is more important to the school than the health and well-being of the students that are there. And it's with this in mind that we're here today. So much like education is evolving, understanding the ways that we can support the students who are in our care is evolving as well. As Heidi mentioned, our master plan envisions a number of facilities we would need over time, including a health and wellness building. And the long-term vision hasn't changed. But what's brought us here today is the timing needed to address this particular building is now. Throughout the pandemic, the school has learned many things. One of them is that the need to pivot quickly in order to support the needs of the community are very important. And this project is unique in that it is responding to critical and immediate need to support student health. We're not alone in understanding the relationship between physical health and mental health. Any kind of newsreels, anything you want to listen to, will talk to that importance. And one of the features of this particular building is it combines our mental health services and our physical health services under one roof, providing us the opportunity for care for these kids and the students in our care in a very comprehensive manner. The decision to use a prefab building was in response to the urgency of the school need. And we are finding, particularly post-pandemic, as are many other schools, that need for coordinated mental and physical health care is truly important for these kids, and they live with us. So that heightens that for us. So the space where we need our health services in the broadest sense of the word is just really being designed to support student needs at the school. So I guess I will say we do have a Cape vernacular, and it is a little bit unusual for us to have a prefab building on the campus. We work very hard to maintain the Cape vernacular in all of our buildings on the campus, and this is no exception. We have worked within the manufacturer's limitations to choose things that are in keeping with that vernacular, including lower pitched roofs, a board and bat siding, exterior colors to match the rest of the campus, roof color to match the rest of the campus. The lighting is recently approved exterior lighting. It's painted, it's downward lighting, dark sky compliant, and the landscape palette and design is mirrored throughout the campus as well. The site itself, as you saw in the earlier photo, was a little bit off to the side of the campus, and that was done by design. This whole project was designed in collaboration with not only the mental and physical health services that we have, but also with our students. And when they are not feeling well, the last thing they want to be is in the middle of the campus having people watch them go to the health center or to counseling services. So it's on the outer edge to provide just a little more privacy and tranquility for the kids who are going to be there. And it is in close proximity to our isolation and quarantine trailers that we have on campus to help those kids who might need to be isolated or quarantined for COVID or for whatever reason might happen to be. You'll notice the two sections in the building, and we'll go through those in a little more detail. Support physical health on one side with our nursing services, mental health on the other side with our counseling services. Coordination between the two, and the staff of the two are all overseen by our medical director. And the outdoor design was equally as important to us as the interior. So the outdoor design with decking and 2 separate garden areas was in direct response to the input, not only from the health services staff and the students, but it's also in keeping with our school's philosophy that the recognition of the importance of access to the outdoors in support of physical and mental health is clear, and the intentional design to have 2 distinct outdoor areas was integrated into the design of this as well. On one side, I think you may have seen, there's a hammock butterfly garden. I think this might be maybe not. This, so here's the health, physical health side of the building, the mental health side of the building, counseling, and each of the outdoor areas reflects the needs of that particular wing. A few features within each of them. On the hammock butterfly garden off the physical health wing was designed as a place of sort of restful whimsy, incorporating native plants with splashes of color, a place to rest when you're there. And the courtyard on the counseling side was designed with a tranquil filling to incorporate fragrant plantings, orange, lavender, roses, and a fountain, very comfortable seating for the outdoor area. And the deck area was designed with plantings that will have some color to it, but also allow you to continue to see the view. The intention with all of the landscape was to use majority natives that are found on the rest of the campus. So this very much does integrate into the rest of the campus, and to create a sort of internal and external environment that acts as one, a safe and tranquil and natural place to support our kids. So health services, counseling services designed in this location with inclusion of both the indoor, outdoor, quiet spaces speaks directly to student health and the wellness support that the school needs right now. I am happy to answer any questions that you may have about the design and the intention behind this, but it really is something that we have found to be a very top need in our school. I think, and we're very excited about this building, the collaborative nature of all of its design and the coordination with the student body in the design of this to support their needs. We feel very strongly that it will be a tremendous addition to the life and the health of the school.
We run through the plan set. I mean, we're.
So there,
Yeah, right.
Yeah, thanks, Sandy. Just to clarify the sheets you've got before you, there's a civil plan that shows the basic reconfiguration. It's an existing driveway and parking access at the south side that's getting reconfigured and adding a little staff's lot for the support staff who work in the building.
Existing site plan or like a survey or something that shows, I mean, is there much existing in this?
No, as Heidi mentions, it was a dirt stockpile. So if we go to the aerial photo, potentially you might see that.
Okay, I think that's.
Yeah, so it's basically was just a dirt stockpile that's flat that they've been moving dirt from, and then the existing asphalt road that you can see on the site plan, so that slanting line of the existing driveway, that all exists, and everything to the north of it is just sort of an open dirt area. So it's moving down civil basics items there. If we go down to the keep moving down, there we go. That's the landscape plan that shows the various gardens Sandy was talking about. Pathway wise, the main entry, so the prefab, state approved prefab health center is this horseshoe shape. The main entry is at the middle and lower side of that U. So start pointing here. Let's see.
Okay, so go ahead.
And that's
question that.
And then the sheets 8, 9, and 10 show the state approved. Oh, there it is. So yeah, entry is right here. So that's the main. There's a main sort of walkway access from parking and from a student pedestrian way and vehicular parking here. There's a main path that then takes you to the front door. These private garden areas have a low 6-foot privacy fence around them, and there's site circulation sort of around into this back deck. Sheets 8, 9, and 10 are the basic architecturals that come from the manufacturer. So this is the basic layout of these modules. And then if we go down one more, it's the roof plan. It's a gable roof to the ends and a hip around the sides, 3 and 12 roof pitch, walnut asphalt shingle roof that matches other aesthetics on campus. And then as Sandy was mentioning, the last page is the elevations. It's a 13-foot 6-inch max building height. I believe it's a 9-foot 6-inch plate. So trying to keep the scale low. Board, fiber cement board and batten siding to be fire safe. And it's a kind of a beige color that matches the adjacent pool building.
Were there any site photos?
I think just the aerial photo, Heidi. Were there other photos submitted?
No, that was it because it was just a stockpile area. We thought the area would be sufficient.
Right. Anything else?
No, we're available for any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. Just to get my context right, where's the existing health center? And what happens to it?
We should have to press conference.
Yeah. So the existing health center, so it's actually in 2 places right now. We have the main location for the existing health center is right up here at the top. And we currently have 2 essentially medical trailers that we put on site during COVID. So we're operating out of 2 locations right now.
So this is a way,
And this is an sort of putting everything in the same location. So there's just better continuity between the 2. We've been staffing it. We've been double staffing for the last 2 years.
right? And so is the existing central one gonna remain or?
Well, the bill, I mean, it's not gonna, the use may change. It'll still be student-centered use. It won't be the health center, but when you think about it as a location, the current one, it's it's sort of 2 rooms and a waiting room. And so, they could be offices, they could be classrooms, it'll be something else, but it'll be related to the students. We would just be taking all the health services and putting them in one location. And actually our mental health services are completely separate from that right now. We have them in a sort of separate area below the chapel. And by this building will allow us to aggregate everything in one location, because we really do look at wraparound care for the students that we have. And so it just really facilitates that kind of communication.
Okay. And then one other question was, did you mention at the beginning that in the master plan, that's going to be eventually a student dorm? So then this is a temporary building?
Yeah, I mean, our master plan objectives have not changed. And so, the timing of putting up a brand new dormitory complex, what's in the master plan is a freshman quad. I believe we have 4 buildings in there. At that timing, that philosophy hasn't changed. When will that happen? It will probably some point in the future. That's our master plan is a long-term plan.
Sure.
And this is
This is an urgent.
this is an immediate need.
But so in the master plan, you might then rebuild the health center in another location.
We may, yeah. I mean, that would be, we will still always need a health center.
Yeah, right.
And our long-term goal to have an additional freshman quad has not changed. So we will marry those 2 at the point in time when we're really ready to look at the freshman.
Great.
I have a question. Do you have like an architect or some other design assistant, or how do you get to this design, or how did it all happen?
The design of the building itself?
Yes, right.
Well, we worked in conjunction. We do have Blackbird.
Represent Black. Okay.
Yeah, but the actual sort of like if you look at the interior spaces, those were collaboratively designed.
I'm just surprised that a concept preliminary and final approval for a 3,000 plus square foot building. Usually we have the caption stages and they are different, but so it's coming a little bit all of a sudden.
Oh, yeah.
I don't understand. I mean, why was it processed that way?
Well, and it is it's a prefab building, and so the design of it is approved and set by the state in some very specific ways, and so our ability to sort of
you personalize it too. You can do some modifications, right, to these prefab buildings.
Yeah.
I mean, you can probably better speak to that than I can.
Sure. Yeah, I think the school has had worked with the manufacturer to get as much as they could. of flexibility to best meet the Kate aesthetic, but the land area in terms of the master plan that you're asking about is slated for not this building long-term, and this is seen as was part of the reason for a manufactured building was to be able to get it installed and in use as quickly as possible in this kind of interim way. That's, I think Heidi may be able to speak to the all-in-one, but this is, they're not trying to update their master plan to redesign the freshman quad and have this as, they still want the sort of long-term square footage, building configuration and site plan that you all have reviewed positively for the master plan to be the designated CUP. And then this is an interim use.
I think we're still questions, right? And you guys all set? Mr. Richards, any, or Josh, any other questions? Can you go to the landscape plan, please, the planting plan? Just up a few sheets, I think. Yeah, right there. So I'm wondering, I guess, what is in between all of, you know, these areas? Is that just going to be mulched or let go natural? I mean, you're showing, you know, little planting groups, but what's all the white space going to be if it's just piles of dirt now?
And that's, well, yeah, it wouldn't be piles of dirt, I guess it's a short answer. And I'm sorry, we don't have our landscaper here today, so I'm, that is not my area of expertise. But the idea of that outdoor, you know, that it's the main entrance area is to have it be, you know, a planted, maybe some mulch. And actually, I think we also will look at the pathways at the students forum and be able to plant around that to make sure that you know, we actually don't want a dirt pile in front of our building.
Sure. Yeah, of course. Yeah. I mean, they don't have to be piles either. I guess I'm just like, this seems kind of random. And this, I mean, I just didn't know what the plan was. It seems just kind of going to do a minimal thing. So I guess you'd probably just mulch it. It sounds like maybe. Okay. There's just
the aesthetic is actually pretty important to us, to be honest with you. I mean, and so the aesthetic.
Yeah.
What it looks like when you walk up to this building, that's actually really important to us. And so, you know, when we redefine that front area, once it's all ready to go, I mean, it will be a planted area.
And all that parking is good, is that right? The parking area is new?
The parking that's along the road all exists and it's just being reconfigured. And then that lot, which sort of is that's the new element.
There might be some opportunities to plant some trees or something around the parking. Right now, it was, Chris was identifying, it looks kind of barren. Maybe it could soften some of the parking with some plants. Do you think?
Is that all asphalt parking area?
Proposed, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so I think that's a good. Okay, so we'll get there in comments. I think that's all our questions. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? Please raise your hand if so. I see none. So we're back to comments from the board. Mr. Richards.
I mean, the building seems functional, the aesthetics of what you're proposing seem to fit. What else is on the site? I haven't been to Kate School in a long time, but it fits in there. I think there is some detailing with the landscape plan that could be further developed. Like we're talking about maybe addressing some of the edges around the driveway and that triangular shaped space between the parking and the building. It'd be an opportunity to do something more than what's shown at the moment. I mean, is that want to become a similar space, kind of like these little enclosed garden spaces you have on either side of the building where you can walk through it and have some kind of experience, or maybe you can put some nice trees there or something. But anyhow, I think there's a little bit further development that could be had. Apart from that, I don't have anything positive to say. It sounds like it's needed for your schools.
Okay, Mr. Peugeot.
Yeah, can we go to the elevations?
I think it's down.
Down.
Yeah, that's the right
There you go.
direction.
The next one. One more. Yeah, I think the aesthetics is fine, as you say, it does match the the language of the rest of the campus. What seems to be missing are classical, typical elements of every building, like protection of entrances. Usually you have a little even a little door protection of the entrances or the entrance to the patio. It could be something you can attach to it. You can, so I understand it's a modular building. It would be nicer if it had longer eaves and rakes, but that is probably an issue with the modular. But these minor additions to the doors, the entry protections, are pretty standard. They are done all over the place. I think that the single door should have an overhang with brackets or something. It's just your basic, so you don't get wet when you come into the building, right? That's really all it needs. Does it show the light fixtures? Yeah, I guess they're right there. Yeah, that's what I think it's missing in the architecture. And I agree with the comment. I think it needs a landscape plan of that area, the area surrounding improvements. That's what.
Okay. Ms. Brasher?
I know earlier, Lane Goodkin was involved with the landscape. Is he still?
No, not on this project, no.
But do you have the ability to have somebody do some kind of layout, particularly in around the parking in the front?
Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, I mean, I think that the drafting of this, just, the doors are kind of floating, the decks aren't shown, but it's fine. And, I think it's really important in trying to get this building done quickly.
Hey, Mr. Bloomer.
Only thing to add, I think it's a nice attempt to site the project well and get the landscaping right. And building is what it is, so seems like an appropriate project for its use and site.
Good. What are these little things all over the, there and here,
Yeah.
and there, and there? Do you know what those are? Are they labels or something? Can't tell. See these little floating things?
Yeah.
They're all in the same line.
Are there light fixtures? No,
I would think so.
that's a light fixture.
Some kind of projection or
They are light
Yeah, I
fixtures.
don't know what those are.
They are light fixtures.
they look like light. That's bizarre though. Like, why would they be?
Over the window.
So many.
Yeah, over the window. Any ideas, Adam?
Oh, yeah, this one is.
I don't believe that. It's a really good question. We can double check with the manufacturer. I wouldn't guess those are all light fixtures, because I think those are just at primary entry.
You probably want fixtures, in a better location and maybe a little bit. They are not what you're showing in the other.
Right, in the site plan, we can confirm that.
Thank you. I don't have much more to add. I do think that the landscape plan could use a little bit more development. I think trees is a really good call. Even if you mulch that whole area, I mean, given that this is temporary, I don't think you want to put a huge amount of landscape in with the drought and all that good stuff. But it seems like it could go a little further than what is shown here. So, and given a little more thought. So, and yes, I mean, for any parking lot, it's a good idea to try and get some canopy trees. Why is there so much need for parking at something like this? Isn't it just students walking into this area?
For the most part, the roadway parking is actually existing.
Right.
So, we have all of our faculty live on campus as well.
Oh, so they're parking there for other things.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So I think that's all I had to add. Just more developed landscape plan and consider planting more trees. So we're here for, concept, prelim, and final. What's the, right? Yeah. How does the board want to handle that?
I wonder if, did they do final on consent?
Yeah, prelim and final consent.
Yeah.
Okay, want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion for preliminary with final and consent. With a little bit more clarity in landscape and stuff like that.
And maybe addressing Alex's comment about if there's something able to go over the,
We'll look at the entryway, kind of, if there's any little additive elements to give a little better protection at exterior doorways. We'll check on the elevation, then can bring back.
Package building, there's gotta be something you can do, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's simple
Yeah,
thing.
it could be simple, but it will make it.
and then also, I mean, consider the sun exposure on the south side. You know, those rooms are really gonna heat up there with no protection. So, just standard stuff. Just regular, you know. Okay, we have a first, we have a second,
I'll second the motion.
second by Alex. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll see you back on consent.
You all.
Very much. Thank you.
All right. So I still don't think we have an item, anyone representing item number 5. So we're moving on to our final item, number 10. Coda Bandaloo additions, request of Mehdi Hadiji, agent for Quresh Coda Bandaloo, for further conceptual review and preliminary final of first floor additions of 1,068 total square feet, first floor terrace addition of 391 square feet, second floor additions including tower element of 245 square feet and terrace addition of 705 square feet. The project no cutter fill. This is 2.8 acre parcel located at 3045 Foothill Road, which we've seen twice. Last time was July 8th of this year. And so do we have the applicant here for please state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Mehdi Hadiji. Good
Okay.
afternoon, everyone.
Hello. So I have a couple comments here, Mehdi, from last time. So I'm going to read through those. Our SBAR comments from last time. A, provide landscape plan for areas around the new additions showing existing and proposed landscape and hardscape. B, board is mixed on tower element. Board members will drive by the site on their own to assess visibility of project to inform decision. C, label tower with height limit and demonstrate compliance with allowance for architectural projection. So I'll then turn it over to you and you can just tell us, we are all familiar with this project. We've all seen it. So just kind of let us know what's different within 10 minutes or so, please.
Sure. Let me answer, please, the third question. That was the height limitation. On page 11 PDF, on the drawing PDF on page 11, I show the maximum height so the board member can see that. And then question 2, I hope board member had the chance to visit the site and to visualize the tower is not visible anywhere. And the number 1 question is the landscape, which we have. Rob can address to landscape question.
Oh, I think Rob isn't under attendees. We need to promote him. So did you make any other changes to
No,
building? Okay.
no, everything is the same. I just responded 3 questions.
Okay. And then what about the site visit? I didn't have a chance. I didn't remember we were supposed to. Or are we supposed to have been?
No, we're going to do it on our own.
Okay.
I went through the Google Maps trying to drive and see.
Mhm.
I saw a little bit of the house. I didn't get to see a lot.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's true. It's not that easy to, at least not on Google Maps. You drive by it.
Okay. All right. So if we can go to then the landscape plan and we'll have Mr. Fowler walk us through that briefly.
Just in time. So do you put that on the, okay. I'm trying to navigate my way around where the plan is on this. Okay. So basically the owner wanted to do a very minimal amount of work. And so what I'm showing in the landscape plan is a lot of adjoining context. So what basically you'll see the planter area on the south side of the building. And what I tried to really address was the construction, the areas influenced, they're going to be the existing areas that are going to be kind of beaten up by construction. So that's where you see on the east, south, and west side that proposed landscaping really reflects the areas that are going to be affected by the construction. And then, of course, the lawn area is going to be slightly adjusted. But what exists out there now is a little low stone cobble wall. And so I just try to replicate some of the areas that are out there. You know, if you see the pictures of the site, you can see that the property itself is completely buried in kind of an oak woodland and screen hedging, so you can't see any of this from the street. But the area I'm dealing with, you know, faces south and has an ocean view, and so I just tried to dress up that area to kind of complement what Mehdi has done there. The landscaping, you know, in essence, you know, starts in the back and tall shrubs in the back and layers down to the front, and then I've incorporated some fruit trees what the owner wanted, and then tried to again with some of the palms and other plants match what's out there.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anything else to present from the applicant team? Didn't sound like it. To the board for questions, anyone?
I'm sure the board has seen this, a whole bunch of pictures on file. Like, it's like 50 or so.
Got a question?
No, not
Oh.
a question.
All right, so we have no questions. Okay, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? Please raise your hand. Okay, see no one in the audience. Back to the board for comments. Anyone?
I think the place is one thing. It has enough landscaping, see through pictures. I didn't make it to the site. I really wanted to get a chance. But I saw it. I tried to find it online. And it just seemed like it is pretty hard to see all angles. And that's the question regarding the tower. And I don't find the tower that. I think it's a tall tower, but it's not uncommon.
Kind of seemed taller last time, but I guess it didn't change. So I don't know
Yeah.
what's going on with my brain.
I like the tower. I think and the landscape plans, it's complete, addresses board's concerns, so.
Okay. Is there any, WELO and irrigation there, Rob? I see irrigation notes and lighting notes.
Yeah, so I mean, all that's really being done there's a whole irrigation system that's been out there for years, and so the irrigation, it's just going to be drip irrigation, and we're going to utilize a couple of existing valves that are out there, and then when the lawn is just adjusted, we'll just adjust the sprinkler heads on the lawn, so there's really not much to it.
Okay, any other comments from anyone? I will entertain a motion.
I'm fine with it.
But I'm making all the motions. So
You're so good.
I make a preliminary and final approval. Submit.
I'll second.
Okay, second by Val. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? There you go. Motion carries. Thank you, everyone.
So just to clarify, there were no comments on that one.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is Alex. Just to clarify, no comments on that one, just the motion.
I don't think he heard you.
I think the mic is off. I can hear you, Rob.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah,
But I think they just, I think they disconnect their mic. I barely could understand what they were saying. It was so.
I couldn't understand. I could barely understand what he was saying.
It was like far or something. I don't know.
I think we had another technical issue, but basically we voted and you got final approval as submitted. So congratulations.
Thank you very much for.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Chris.
All right. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I mean, if you read it, talk about it more. All right. So, and then we also said to all those listening online and around the world that we're taking a little break because item number 5 is still a possibility because David is talking to the architect. I'm going to set the timer for 5 minutes. I'm not fooling around anymore.
Okay. Testing, okay.
Go ahead now. We're on now. Okay. Should we do that little routine again?
Yeah,
Oh.
I think considering that the item 5 applicant is not showing up, I think we would make a motion to adjourn.
So,
Second.
can I ask a favor?
Mm,
At least, can I get a motion to at least continue to the next
Oh,
meeting?
for
Because
sure.
It's already too late if I have to renotice it for the next meeting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Oh,
sure, okay, yeah.
So I'll make the motion to continue item
5.
5 to next agenda.
Okay, I'll second that.
All
All those in favor for that motion?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, and then we have a motion on the table to adjourn. And we have a first and a second, I believe, right?
Yep.
I don't think we have to record this, but
Oh, yeah.
all those in favor,
Aye, aye,
say aye. Okay.
Nay.
Okay, we have.
aye. Stay behind and bring the chocolate.
41. Are we adjourned?
Okay, motion passes though.